don't be jealous. Western Cape, don't be jealous. Eastern Cape, don't be jealous. Free State, don't be jealous. Mpumalanga, don't be jealous. Aye. Eastern Cape, don't be jealous. Northwest, don't be jealous. Gauteng, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Western Cape, don't be jealous. KZN. It's a good morning. Thank you, KZN. Thank you. A province led by Mamuntlovu. We see you, Mama. We see you. We see your leadership. And we see those that you lead. Thank you for that hearty welcome. You are forgiven for being the last province to enter the venue. You have shown us why you had to come in late. Thank you, ladies. I got when the booze are led by who? Ladies and gentlemen, we had an agreement. KZN, you were outside when we had an agreement. Sorry, to the table to my right, we had an agreement. Ladies, we had an agreement that when I am here, the center shall hold. Mama, thank you. I don't want to be calling you by provinces because I've gone to all the tables and I've asked which province you are, so I know who's where. Time on my watch, and I'm very meticulous with time, is 9:25. And I'm here again to plead on behalf of our executive that we derail just for 10 more minutes. And I want to apologize on my own behalf, the behalf of the organizers and the executive. We shall start shortly. But in the meanwhile, because in my language, we say, umfundisi ulindwa ngeculo. Which means as we wait for the reverend, the congregants sing. So that by the time the reverend is here, the congregants are already revived and rejuvenated. Usually there's holy chaos in my church. So let's create that ambience. So by the time they arrive, they will arrive fum. They will arrive with our hearts and spirits already in the right order. Northern Cape, as led by Mama Ukiya, Kiriabetswe Mabanga. Where are you? Where are you? Northern Cape, Nkosiyam, our platinum province. The province where all the gold and diamonds and platinum comes from. Without you, there's no country. Without you, we can't say South Africa is rich. Give us a song, man, Northern Cape. Give us a song. Can we please have our roving mics? Can we please have our roving mics? Northern Cape is telling us how chikizindo betunan. Can we have a roving mic? Go to Northern Cape, please, as led by Mama Kia. As led by Mama Mabanga. There's a mic coming to you. Don't stop. Unless you have punched so early in the morning. Are you fine? There we go. Northern Cape ladies. Ow. Are we not in agreement, everybody else? Are we not in agreement that things are going to change? That as the second coming of SANWIT, things are going to change. Arrives, she must sit next to me. Okay. She knows I don't want her to be too far. We are agreeable. We're agreeable. Northern Cape. Thank you, Northern Cape. We see you. Enkosi Mama Kia. Enkosi Mama Kia and your delegates of not just gorgeous women, but beautiful with brains. Gauteng, as read by Mamumfusi Mahasane. Where are you? Gauteng. Gauteng. They call it the city of gold. Kwandonga ziyaduma. Josie Maboneng. Where are you, Gauteng? Ikwicho. Can the mic go to Gauteng, please? Can the roving microphone come to Gauteng? Sorry. Hold. Your song is not gelling. There are two different songs, Gauteng, please. There can't be two centers of power. There must be one song. Can we have the mic come to Gauteng? Can we have the roving microphone go to Gauteng? Gauteng, we're still waiting for your song. Otherwise, iyahamba. Iyaduma iyatsamaya. There we go. Oh, ngena Noah. Thank you for joining us. They brought you. But I must also write down. Thank you, Gauteng. We see you. Okay, guys, can I just get notified where our microphones are? I've got one here. Where's the second one? Where's the second microphone? This is the first one. We've got the first one. Where's the second one? And the third one. Thank you so much. Car registration KY67WGGP. I'm told it's a white Opel. It's KY 67 WG GP. Your lights are on, and we are going to be here the whole day. We don't want your battery to dry up. KZN, you had your chance. Then Northern Cape, you told us where you are and where you come from. Gauteng, the center almost didn't hold, but finally, it came together. Limpopo is led by Mama Josephine Marumudi. Limpopo is led. Can they get the mic, please? Yes. Thank you, Limpopo. The province that transcends the Limpopo River, that feeds not only South Africa but our neighboring countries too. We see you, Limpopo. Thank you, Limpopo. Thank you, Limpopo. As led by Mamu Josephine Marumudi. Free State. Free State, where are you? I don't see Free State. Free State is led by Mamumafu Muhadi. Mahadi, I apologize. Free State, where are you? There's a bit of Free State there and a bit of Free State there. Give us something, Free State. We need to know you are here.
Here's the mic.
Nazo, Free State. Nazo, Free State. The province at the core of the country. Right in the middle of South Africa, we have Free State. Aye. Free State, you are number one. Me, I speak truths. Free State, you are number one. I'm tempted to let you go on and on and on. Yes. I hope every province is taking notes from Free State. If I were you, I'd be writing notes. Because Free State stood. Thank you. Thank you, Free State. We see your strides. Mamu Mahadi, we see your strides, you and your delegation and everybody else. Western Cape. They were the first ones to arrive. I don't want to let that thing not be known. Can the microphone go to Western Cape? Can the microphone go to the Western Cape?
Unity.
Definitely. Definitely. Unity is what we're here for.
Unity, unity. Unity, SANWIT to Ikesha.
This is Western Cape, ladies and gentlemen.
Pakama, pakama. Pakama, SANWIT to
You know Western Cape is a country within a country.
Oh, pakama, pakama. Pakama, SANWIT to Ikesha.
Oh, Pakama SANWIT. Ow! Unity betunani.
Unity, SANWIT to Ikesha. Unity, unity. And the body. Unity,
This is our Western Cape, ladies and gentlemen.
Pakama, pakama, SANWIT. Pakama, SANWIT to
I have not seen your coordinator.
Oh,
here we are.
Unity, unity. Unity, SANWIT to Ikesha.
Allah, Western Cape.
Unity, SANWIT to Ikesha.
I see the young and old coming together.
Whoa.
Thank you. Thank you, Western Cape. So in case you didn't notice, we are in Mpumalanga. We are hosted by the most scenic province in South Africa. The landscape, the exaggerated landscapes, the frames, the waterfalls, things that some of us may never have seen in our lives. Mpumalanga, can you welcome us? Can you welcome us into your province? Mpumalanga, can you welcome us? Microphone to Mpumalanga, please.
On your marks, get set.
They even have dance
We
moves.
are ready to send.
When we talk about preparedness. Aye!
Set.
The microphone to Mpumalanga, please. Yes. Our host, Betunana.
Masbona winner. Masbona winner.
Cover the step.
Masbona
Oh,
winner.
there's a step. Hey.
Masbona winner. Masbona winner. Chikunga watu. Masbona winner. Chikunga watu.
Hey.
Masbona winner. Masbona winner.
Aye! Hey, cover the step. Aye!
Masbona winner. Masbona
Ah, this was practiced. You can tell there was a practice here.
Masbona winner. Kunga watu.
Ow!
Masbona winner.
These are our hosts, Betuna.
Kunga watu.
Mpumalanga, as led by Mamunomvula Mtaung.
Ala.
Thank you, Mpumalanga. We see your strides. Mamunomvula Mtaung. Haike, in the event that you didn't know that I am Xhosa, proudly from the Eastern Cape. Bakhaya ke ningadidanisi. Can't save the best for last. Don't make me want to question and move to Free State because, hey, Free State did a thing here. Eastern Cape, can you tell us what you made of as led by Umamuno Bahle Maqabi? Bahle, Umamumimi. Igwijo betuna. Microphone to the Eastern Cape. I guess that's in those are phambili nayo. Nansi benani Eastern Cape. From the corners of Mdantsane to Gqeberha, all the way to Ngapesha kweNcibe Transkei. Ay. Nanso ke la mpempe. Jovico. The Eastern Cape betinana. Naba bantu bakaphalo.
SANWIT. Nyathela phondi nyatheleko. SANWIT. Nyathela phondi nyatheleko na. Oh, nyathela.
Nango kamakhosikazi. Formidable, strong, powerful women of transport from the Eastern Cape. Siyabulela ngongazenzisiyo kuMamuno Bahle Maqabi. Bathi ke ngubahle kanye uMamumimi. Siyabulela bethinana. We can now say with authority that everybody is here. Women from every corner, every depth of our country, sonke, we have descended upon this beautiful province called Mpumalanga. I like that we've started before our dignitaries come, because I just want to give us some ground rules. The major one of which, ladies, is to keep quiet. We're coming. Ladies, one of the primary rules of today is to listen to each other. We're still not doing it. We are still not doing it. We are still not doing it. We are still not doing it. Excuse me, can everybody who is speaking stop speaking? There are 500 plus of us in this room. The order of the day will have to be order. The order of the day is going to have to be order. We can't hear murmurs. We must be respectful of each other and show ourselves, the people that are watching us, because this is being flighted live. This is being flighted live. And the last thing we need is for the murmurs to distract the speakers as they come and impart upon us the knowledge and wisdom and expertise of the industry today. I am begging you, work with me. I'm here for your thing. And let me also give a disclaimer. If your thing falls apart, it's your thing. Me, tomorrow, I will not be here. It will be your thing fell apart. It will be the women in transport of South Africa could not finalize the business of the day. Me, I'll be sitting in Mauritius sipping on cocktails. And then the women of South Africa in transport would have semi-failed themselves. So please, the order of the day is order. When our dignitaries come, let's please be mindful of that. Be mindful of that. We're going to be orderly. We're not going to speak when somebody else is speaking. The live audience that we have will see us as women in transport. We'll see the aesthetic of the dignity that we'll uphold this event with. We're together, ne? We're together, ne? Anizundanisa, ne? You're not going to make me look like a madman, ne? We're going to work together throughout the 2 days. Because fortunately or unfortunately, you have me until tomorrow and thank you very much. Northwest, as led by Mamu Plondi. We didn't have Northwest. Northwest is led by Mamu Plondi. But Sis P. Yes, Sis P. Northwest, please, man. Please come and show us. Microphone to Northwest. They're ready.
SANWIT
Northwest. Another province that's wealthy in our country, with a landscape that has platinum and diamonds. Oh, here comes Northwest. Long walk to freedom, you see, Northwest. Oh, Sis B. Sis B. Here your people. Barbarata. And Batsamayali wena. Thank you, Northwest, as led by Sis B, Mamu Plondi, Mutwatiri. Can you do me a favor, ladies? Because you see, as we wait for our dignitaries, as I stated earlier on, can when the minister and those who are in her entree and entourage come in, can we sing for them? I'm tempted to say, Free State must take us there. Because Free State gave us something, that everybody understood. So Free State, without any bias, but Nana, when the minister arrives, can you do what you did times 10? Thank you very much. We are about to welcome our dancers. Genan Bantwana Bam, can our dancers come in, please? So that we keep our voices for when the entree comes in. That was heartwarming. Thank you so much. A constant reminder of our Africanism. So Africa is not Africa without song and dance. You are doing that thing I asked you not to do. Sorry, ladies to my left, we will have an opportunity to take pictures during breaks and lunch. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. We are about to start our project, so our program rather, apologies. But before we do that, the minister has arrived. We are just waiting for her entree. The minister sent invites to every single person in this room. So we are here serving SANWIT and the transport sector in South Africa at her behest. The program that we have in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, everyone has got a copy. You have a program, but I am the arbiter. So if it changes and when it changes, you'll just say she's doing what she said she will do. There will be slight alterations as we move on so that we are conscious of the time, but also so that we maximize the inputs and the effect of today generally. We have 3 sessions, ladies and gentlemen. The first of which is to be welcomed, to understand where we come from, the progression of SANWIT from beginning until this very point. We will then have the minister talk to us. We'll have the minister come and tell us what is government doing to ensure that SANWIT is an ultimate success. What are the opportunities that we have? You know, ladies and gentlemen, we sat last year at the round table. We hashed out our many challenges. We had provincial legs where we hashed out our plethora of challenges. We said, Sakwitana, City, who did this, where did they do it, why did they do it, and how we got to where we were. Today, we are no longer going back there. Today, we are progressing. Today, we are taking a leap into the new. Today, at this AGM, today and tomorrow, we'll be looking at where to from here. Where to from here? Where do we go from this point forth? So just so that we're clear in our minds, we have discussed the impasses. We have discussed the challenges. We have looked at who did what. The time is gone. It's all behind us now. We're doing what people do when they say we're taking a leap of faith, leaping forward, going forth to multiply and make ourselves bigger, better, stronger, so that we can thrive better as women in transportation. We are about to welcome our dignitaries. I'm just waiting for a go-ahead. No, it's not yet Uhuru. But in the meantime, Free State in Redimos. You are my A card. You are my A card. At this point, I might be moving towards Free State. I'm in Gauteng right now. But if you do this, you'll see me there as an addition to women in transport. Can we perhaps then, while we wait for the entree, before I get my go-ahead, I'm assuming that I'll get my go-ahead from my comrades there at the door. Just one more kwijo in the meantime, so that we keep our momentum. One more kwijo. Kwijo is a song. And I want to apologize profusely. Anybody else? Here comes Gauteng. Yes. Can we give her the roving mic, please? Can the mic please come to Gauteng? Masihlokome bethunana, can we sing like the proud women of transport that we are? This is our function, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Unalona itikiti, unalona itikiti, unalona itikiti lokungena kwa SANWIT, unalona itikiti, unalona itikiti. Gabuna lona itikiti lokungena kwa SANWIT, ingabuna lona itikiti, unalona itikiti, ingabuna lona itikiti lokungena. Oh, ingabuna lona itikiti, unalona itikiti, ingabuna lona itikiti lokungena kwa SANWIT, ingabuna lona itikiti, unalona itikiti, ingabuna lona itikiti lokungena kwa SANWIT, ingabuna lona itikiti, unalona itikiti, ingabuna lona itikiti lokungena kwa SANWIT, ingabuna lona itikiti, unalona itikiti, ingabuna lona itikiti lokungena kwa SANWIT. Kita ijarela sefapano saka. etla. Ke tla itjarela sefapano sa ka. Ka maetla, ka maetla. Ka maetla, ka maetla. Ke tla se jara, ke se jare, ka maetla. Ke tla se jara, ke se jare, ka maetla. Ka maetla, ka maetla. Ka maetla, ka maetla. Ke tla se jara, ke
Thank
se
you,
jare.
thank you, thank you. You know our discussions, ne? You know where we are right now. Because the train is about to take off. You know when you get into the plane and the captain says, put on your seatbelts, we're about to take off, we're about to taxi. It starts out slow. But the minute the taxi starts getting into flight, we are asked, Maya Free State, do what you did earlier on as the minister and the entree comes in. Yes, Free State, yes. Yes, yes, women in transport. Let's welcome our leaders. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. May we all take our seats. Honorable Minister Chikunga. We did, before you entered, what we do in church. When they say, umfundisi ulindwa ngeculo. You've arrived at the peak and the apex of our morning. The women are ready for you. Ni ready, mos? Ni khona, mos? Minister Chikunga, Northwest is here, as led by Usis B, Mamu Blondie Mutwadire. Minister Northern Cape is here, as led by Umama Okirabetwe Mabanga, Mama Kia. Minister Western Cape is here. They were the first ones to arrive, as led by none other than Mamu Moirakri. Minister Eastern Cape is here, as led by Umamu Nobahle Makabi. Bathe ngumimi, mama umimi xa beteketisa. Gauteng is here as led by Mama Mfusi Magasane, the ever so vibrant and dynamic. KZN is here as led by Mama Usibongile Ndlovu. Uboya benyatha ugatyeni bethunana. Mpumalanga Minister Chikunga is here as led by Mama Nomvula Mtaung, our beautiful host province. Minister, they are here, and when they sing, they even have a step to their songs. Minister, the province of Limpopo is here, as led by Mamu Josephine Muramuti. Minister Chikunga, Free State is here, as led by Mamu Mufudi Mohadi. Free State, Minister Chikunga, are our songbirds for the day. If there was a prize on who can sing the best, it is Free State undoubtedly. I might be joining them soon if they find me a slot there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mihlali Qada. Ndingumagade bungelengele umafuza fuleko lifule mvula. Ndilihlubi elinganqengwanga ekhaya kuthiwa singamaZulu kodwa safika kwaXhosa sazinza. Ndinguzulu liyazongoma, ndintombi enendlebe entle zombini. Ekhaya kuthiwa sinempundu ezincinci ezifuna ukwangiwa kodwa ke zam nazi zikakangiwa. I am a proud woman in transport, Minister. Can we all stand as we sing the national anthem? As we continue to stand, can we observe 10 seconds for meditation? Thank you. As you continue to stand, lastly, can we observe a moment of silence for our fallen hero, Umamu Maria Rauleka, who passed on with her boots firmly on as a soldier within transport. Thank you. We may be seated. Good morning, beautiful, extravagant, intelligent, widespread, highly knowledgeable pioneers and trailblazers within the transport fraternity. Good morning. Molweni. Absheni. Ninjani betuna. You know, I'm a churchgoer in the Methodist Church of South Africa. Diyintombi bethuna necaweni yam. In my church, before anything happens, Minister Chikunga, we usually have moments of holy chaos, just to declare our presence, just to make sure that we are here and we're emotionally, psychologically, and physically in this place together. Because we would have come through that door carrying baggages from yesterdays and the days before, from our homes and places of work. But when we come here, it's a different situation, a different order altogether. Niyayazi mos ba we are taking off. The captain has said what he needed to say. The air hostesses have come and said, put on your seatbelts ready. We are on taxiway. We are about to take off. But before we do that, I want just 2 minutes of holy chaos, transport chaos. And I want to give it maybe to Mpumalanga, because you are the host province. Mpumalanga, just give us 2 minutes so that our hearts can be solidified to be in the same place as we start our program today. Mpumalanga. Can the roving mic, as you know, go to Mpumalanga, please? We are ready. We are ready.
Auto Max. Are you ready? Oh, Max. Are you ready for Jerusalem? Are you ready? Are you ready for? Are you ready? Are you ready for Jerusalem? Oh, Max. Get set. Are you ready for Jerusalem? Oh, Max.
I told you they have a step to their song. Mpumalanga has come prepared.
Ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for Jerusalem? Oh, get set. Are you ready for Jerusalem? Oh, Max. Get set. Are you ready for? Are you ready? Are you ready for Jerusalem? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Thank you, Mpumalanga.
Are you ready for? Oh,
We are.
Get set.
We are here. Thank you, Mpumalanga, our beautiful host. Minister siyakugabulisa on what we're doing before you came. Bekumnandi apha, and it's about to even get better. Thank you, Mpumalanga. We are here on the 70th day of August 2023 to write history, to make an indelible mark on transport industry in South Africa and the world. We are gathered here under the theme, Together Improving Service Delivery Towards Accelerated Economic Recovery. Together Improving Service Delivery Towards Accelerated Economic Recovery. Can I please at this moment ask the representative of the Premier of Mpumalanga to come and welcome us so that we are able to continue with the proceedings and the order of the day. Thank you, Mamu Helen Mdada, representing the Premier of Mpumalanga. Enkosi Mama.
Oh, wow. I needed that encouragement. Good morning. Honorable Minister, it's such an honor, to be standing here in front of this beautiful women of honor and beauty, and welcome all of you to this beautiful event. My name is Helen Mdaka. I am not the acting premier. I am a CFO in the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. I am representing the province, and I'm here to welcome all of you. Let me first acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister, Minister Sindiswa Chikunga. We also have the MEC for Transport, Uma Rachilane, all the dignitaries that are here, all our speakers, the beautiful women that are here to come and listen, to come and learn, to come and absorb whatever it is that is going to be imparted amongst us. You are all welcome, not even forgetting our beautiful program director. Can we clap hands for our program director? She's so beautiful. And bubbly. So I'm just here to welcome you to our beautiful province. Let's feel free to participate for the next 2 days. Let's feel free, to interact with one another. I believe that we've got a number of provinces that are here. We've got, a number of women that came from different provinces. It's a networking session. Let's make sure that we network so that by the time we leave here, we know each other better. So, ngalawo magama, ngiyanibingelela in the beautiful province of Mpumalanga. Feel welcome. Thank you.
Usually, patriarchy dictates that at this point we're told sikhulule ibhatyi and feel at home. But because asinxibanga zibhatyi, we're wearing high heels, I would say you can take off your high heels and be jovial and be home. Amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, the few gentlemen that have joined us today, we have our Honorable Minister Chikunga. Amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, we have the MEC of Transport in Limpopo, Mamura Tselana Felis. We have the MEC from KZN, Mamu Hlomuke. Baba, I apologize profusely. Let me give a couple of disclaimers. I might, throughout the program today and tomorrow, pronounce names wrong. You can come at lunch if I did that to you, but let me apologize beforehand. It is not my intention by any means. Just so that we know what's what. For the ladies and the few gentlemen that are with us, you walk outside the main door. Please make sure you don't walk around the sound guys because we've got cameras that are there. So you walk out the front door and you turn to your left, right? When we have tea, I'll also announce where we'll have our tea, as well as when we have lunch, I'll announce when we have our lunch. Minister Chikunga and the dignitaries, the VIPs, your entree and the entourage, and most importantly, women in transport. I greet you again. I like to greet you. In my culture, if you greet people, it's like an amen. You are saying we're together. Transport contributes 3,300.8 billion to the South African economy. 333.8 billion to the South African economy. Minister Chikunga, we are here to demand half ya leyo mpahla. We are here to demand half of everything. Chairman Mao Zedong of the Republic of China says, women hold up half of the sky. Minister Chikunga, we're here to hold up half of the transport industry. Lay it on us. If needs be, it should rather tilt 50.1 towards women, because women can and women will, with dignity, with poise, with compassion and passion. The transport sector contributes 9.3 to the GDP. We're not just small players. You know, there are small players and there are big players. There are people who can tap themselves on the back. Transport must tap themselves on the back. 9.3 to the GDP, and this is according to Stats SA 2022. So we're not speaking history. This is not a history lesson. We're very clear. We contribute 9.3 to the GDP. Minister Chikunga, still 5%. Wala 9.3 as the woman in transport. And we want to see it in CEOs, MDs, owners of companies. We want to see it in rail, in aviation, in pipelines, in maritime, in the trucking industry. We want to see it in construction. The time has come. We'll put our boots on, Minister Chikunga, and we will be there as women in transport. I want to ask my DDG, the only DDG in the Department of Transport, Mamuri Ranzu Mashaba, to come to the stage and set the tone. Mama Mashaba is going to tell us who we are, where we come from, why we are here, where we seek to go henceforth. When you were coming in, Mahmoud DDG, we decided here amongst ourselves, because like I said, we said as this woman, we're no longer discussing history, we're no longer discussing challenges, we're no longer discussing the impasse. We want you to give us a springboard upon which we will jump and leap into the next, which is SANWIT here on in. DDG.
Mama kosi kazi, mama kosi kazi.
This is my boss, ne? So if you don't sing, it could be career limiting for me. Please, please, just do it for me. Can we stand and sing for my DDG?
Sure. Thank you very much to the program director. She knows that we've got two different characters. Mihlali is the inner me, and I'm the real me. So whenever she speaks, I always say to her, yo, you overwhelm me. The minute you speak, I don't know what to say next. But I love that we complement each other, and that's what women need to be. Our host, the Honorable Minister of Transport, Mesindisiwe Chikunga, the MEC in our midst, Ma'am Florence Razilani, who took her time away to be with us on this beautiful day, the heads of department from various provinces, CEOs of Department of Transport, and the representatives of the entities of transport, our guests of honor, the SANWIT mothers, sisters, mentors. The list is endless because you wear a coat of many colors. Colleagues from the Transport Department, media houses, good morning. I would have loved to make a very long speech, but last night I made a mistake of sitting with the program director, and we were exchanging notes, and I showed her my speech, and she stood here and she started bragging about the statistics. That was all me, but she wanted to look good. So let's give her a hand of applause. So because of that, I will speak for very minimal minutes. First of all, I would like to start by extending my sincerest gratitude to the organizing team, who have really outdone themselves and deserve a hand of applause. Thank you very, very much. Without you, this event would not have been a success. The Minister of Transport in September 2022 hosted a roundtable discussion which then addressed the challenges that SANWIT faces as an organization, which then inhibits its ability to operate optimally and to collectively explore ways of resuscitating the structure, recommitting to the objectives of SANWIT, which include the encouragement of women to enter and succeed in the transport industry, creation of a forum for women to network and get access to support mechanisms such as coaches, mentors, role models, skills development, and training. The creation of advocacy and lobbying forum to ensure a policy environment that will support and enable the sustainability of women enterprises, the facilitation of enterprise development and source business opportunities, the ability to guide best practices through research and development, and to position itself as a network that enables it to recruit other women enterprises and entities as members and coordinate them into the umbrella body. Lastly, how women in transport can be united towards the sustainable and meaningful participation in the sector. The following resolutions were made at the roundtable. The department was to resuscitate SANWIT and recommit to ensuring that SANWIT objectives are reached, which then mean the sustainability and meaningful participation of women in the transport sector. The establishment of a permanent SANWIT structure, the SANWIT constitution to be reviewed, and the identification of the basket of services for SANWIT. DOT to further consult with other departments on possible women empowerment programs, opportunities for SANWIT. I'm happy today to report that the resolutions have received attention and have been actioned by the department. More details on this will be discussed at length in the sessions that will unfold at today's meeting. This session will further allow for elaborative participation by all the beautiful women sitting amongst us. We have 2 days amongst us and ahead of us, which will then answer the question, where to from now? The where to from now is not the department. The where to from now is something that we as women seated here need to take ownership of. We are not here to prescribe on how things are to be done, but we are here as a supporting vehicle from the department, and we ask that you also support us in supporting you. I now invite you to lean in, to contribute, and ensure that the new era of SANWIT is a success and a pride that we can all speak about. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. Another slight disclaimer. I'm slightly coughy, but don't worry, my doctor said it's not contagious. So you can hug me and talk to me and things will not fall apart. We are here to relaunch SANWIT as bigger, better, stronger. SANWIT is ours. Every single person here, from each province, from each agency, and from each mode of transport, including those that are submodes like our stepchild, freight logistics, that I happen to serve in. Dale Carnegie says, and I quote, "Most of the important things in the world have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying when there seemed to be no hope." You don't give up on something that you love and something that belongs to you. Utatu Nelson Mandela says, and I quote, "Do not judge me by my successes. Judge me by how many times I've fallen down and gotten back up again." We're getting back up again. Bigger, bolder, stronger, and that's the theme I'm coming with today. To lead, though, you must listen to understand. You must listen to understand with your heart and act with a decisive mind. So the heart and the head must work together. The heart, Yona, must not lead. It must bring the compassion. The mind must be the decisive element that then is required for us to lead SANWIT. I am going to ask our MEC from Limpopo, Umam Florence Ritzelane, to come and give a message of support to these women that are here today. As she comes up to the stage, we are reminded, Betunana, as we were in Pretoria last year at the round table, by words that were said by Honorable Minister Chikunga. The theme then was, we leave no one behind as we empower, mentor, capacitate, and grow together. You said, Minister, SANWIT seeks to promote collaborations and conditions to build women entrepreneurs and those that have careers within the sector through policy, advocacy, and action. That is what you told us then. You said you wanted to recognize and support women in with their generic contributions, rather in transportation, in the current sphere and the future. That's what you said to us last year, Minister Chikunga. We are reminded of those words as we sit here today with the theme that we have. And I reiterate, our theme is together improving service delivery towards accelerated economic recovery. Siyahamba. The plane is now firmly in the air. They usually say at this point, you can take off your seatbelts, you can go to the loo if you want. The food is about to be served. It's not literal. Ours will be served at lunch. I'm just narrating when you are on a flight. But it just goes to show that we're relaxed, we're concentrating on the flight that is now taking heed. MEC.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Let me greet our Honorable Minister, the Minister for Transport in the Republic of South Africa, Minister Chikunga, the DDG of the Transport, heads of departments from all corners of our country, the CEOs of various institutions represented here in this important gathering, the President of TASA, and all invited guests, government officials, and media people, all the beautiful women in this important occasion. I want to say to all of you a very blessed morning. Program Director, I'm here not necessarily to give the message of support. I was advised that my time will come later in the afternoon, but for now, in the interest of time, I'm here to hand over or to present to all of you the leader who is leading the country on matters of transport. But before I do that, let me indicate this to all of you that it's very much encouraging, especially in August month, when women are gathered like this, of course, under the stewardship of our honorable minister, gathered like this to reflect, to celebrate the achievements, to take stock of all the activities that we are doing as women, so that at the end of the day, we must be able to see the impact of our contribution when it comes to the liberation of women in this country. Hence, I'm saying, Honorable Minister, we really appreciate your leadership to give space to women, not necessarily for women to come and sing and dance, for women to gather like this, to learn amongst themselves, for women to appreciate that when God created us, we came on this earth with different gifts. For women not to be jealous about other women, for women to complement one another, for women to appreciate who they are. So this is very important because no one will liberate us except our own selves. So the leader that I'm presenting to you today, I'm happy because the program director that we have today here, I wish we can have more in our own country. Because in the process of directing the program, she's also taking her time to educate us. I hope you are also taking notes. Because sometimes we tend to commit mistakes. We tend to leave everything to those who are called MECs or ministers, as if yourself you no longer have brains. So all of us, we must contribute. It's not by mistake that God created us and put us here in South Africa. We must make sure that we make impact. Those who are there as officials, you must play your role. Make sure you get closer to political leaders and advise them in a correct way. Don't go there for competition. Go there to make sure that those who are leading you, at the end of the day, you must become proud as and when they continue to lead. I'm presenting to you here a leader that we have given by God himself. Why am I saying so? For all of you who are on social media, who watch the news, she's always all over. Sometimes I ask myself, when did she get time to rest? But I also learn from her and encourage other women politicians, because we must also learn how is she surviving in this political environment, which is not easy for women. But she keeps going. She started at local government. Now she's up there leading the whole country. A leader who is humble, even if you hold a different view, she will still accommodate you. She will still greet you as if you are moving together in terms of seeing things. So this is the leader that most of us, we appreciate and respect. When you receive the invitation from her office, you won't even think twice, because she's a leader who is dedicated, committed to serve. And I know that even if some of us, we might choose not to appreciate her, faithful God will reward her. Can we all rise as we welcome and receive our leader on the stage to come and address all of us? Let us give her a round of applause.
Okay, ladies. There we go. Habazange bambona. Habazange bambona. Habazange bambona. Uchikungalona. Habamasiyo. Habazange ba. Uchikungalona. Habazange bambona. Habazange bambona. Habazange bambona. Habazange bambona. Uchikungalona. Habamasiyo. Habazange ba. Uchikungalona. Habamasiyo. Habazange ba. Habazange ba. Habazange bambona. Thank you. Thank you. Minister Chikunga, I present to you South African women in transport. In this room, Minister, we have pioneers and trailblazers of the transport industry, giants in stature and deed, architects of change, passionate declarants of transformation of our industry. Now, Minister, economic transformation in our lifetime, so say this woman to you. These women have heard your clarion call, and we are here today. We have come from all corners of South Africa to hear you speak. We hail from Ezantsi kuTsolo ngaphesha kwenxiba kuCentana. We hail from the hearts of the Cape Flats and the scenic Constantia, from Mangaung to Seshego, from Kuruman to DR via Uppington to George and Gqeberha, from the suburbs of Durban, those of Gauteng to the dusty streets of KwaMashu and Soweto. We are here. We have sat in uncomfortable boardrooms being the only woman. We have sat in taxi industry meetings and been cast aside because of our gender. We, the women of transport, Minister, have talked the talk and walked the walk. We have shouldered difficulties daily in our line of duty, but we wear our collective victory as an industry as a badge of honor. We have been disrespected and disregarded and cast aside, but here we are because watinta bafazi, watinta mbokoto. Minister, these women are your first point of call, your mere shield at all times. We are your biggest supporters and greatest cheerleaders, because together we stand and divided we fall, and together with you, behind you, CEOs of industries, MDs, doctors and professors are here. Transport industry experts are here. We have engineers, pilots, port managers. We have truck drivers, business owners, and leaders of associations. Amongst us, there are leaders of international bodies and organizations here, Minister. We have teachers and trainers and aspiring industry heads. We have academics and authors here in this room. We have government officials and owners of the means of production, Minister Chikunga, here in this room. Minister, we are here. Do not be fooled by our high heels and lipstick. We are dynamic, proudly feminine leaders, architects of change, pioneers and experts. This is our time. SANWIT is our home. You are our leader, and we are your support base. We are not intimidated by inevitable challenges because they are surmountable. I give you, Minister, South African women in transport. Talk to us.
Isanwitilena. Abayaziyo abazange ba. Isanwitilena. Tile abayaziyo. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Isanwitilena. Tile abayaziyo abazange ba. Isanwitilena. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Isanwitilena. Isanwitilena. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Abazange baibona. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Wena. Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Mihlali Gata. I want also to acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Transport, Honorable Lisa Mangu, who will definitely join us tomorrow. The MEC of Public Works, Roads and Transport in Mpumalanga, who is being represented by the lady who addressed us here. My apologies for not writing her name down. But the MEC is Mandla Ndlovu, who also is the chairperson of the ruling party in this province and in South Africa. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the MEC of Transport in Limpopo, Ms. Florence Razilani. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. MEC for Transport and Community Safety and Liaison in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Sipho Hlomuka. Special Advisor to the Minister, Mr. Lawrence Venkile, the Deputy Director General for Integrated Transport Planning, Ms. Mashaba, HODs from different provinces who have joined us here today. Also, I want to acknowledge the presence of CEOs of many of our state-owned companies. We have CEO of Ports Regulator, Ms. Joey Mlauzi, CEO of Air Traffic Navigation Services, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, the COO of Sanral, Ms. Lehlohonolo Memeza. We also are joined by the Chief of Staff in the Ministry of Transport, Ms. Zandile Mtembu. We also are joined by the interim SANWIT executive and its provincial chapters led by the chairpersons. Also, we are joined by the president of TASA, Ms. Mary Paddy, who I can talk a lot about her when it comes to SANWIT. The co-founders of SANWIT, it would not have happened that we have a gathering of this nature and she's not here. However, we miss Miss Maria Raulek, who also would have been here, whether invited or not invited, because SANWIT was his life. It was her life and breath. We recognize these trailblazers when it comes to SANWIT, who paved the way and said women in transport should be recognized and they can actually play a role. And in that case, I actually am acknowledging the presence of Ms. Mary Paddy, the president of TASA today, but who is indeed the former president of SANWIT. MD of Aviation RSR, other CEOs and managing directors that have joined us, senior managers and staff across all three spheres of government, especially at National Department of Transport, esteemed delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this moment to thank first the branch Integrated Transport Planning, specifically the DDG that leads that branch, Ms. Mashaba, our only one woman DDG in the Department of Transport. But also include the team from different branches within the Department of Transport for making this annual general meeting a success, even while placing the potential outcomes of this AGM squarely on our collective lap as a baby we must nurture and protect. We have come a long way since the last annual general meeting, and in fact, we have had interim executive personnel that has held the fort for all of us and have tried hard to keep this organization called SANWIT alive and afloat. Let me thank you very heartily for your commitment. Without you, would have been in the worst position and most likely would have been seen to have abandoned the cause of raising women's participation in the economy of transport. Since establishment in 2008 to our iconic 2015 SANWIT Summit and the Roundtable of 2022, we are still soldiering on to ensure meaningful economic emancipation of women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that transport value chain is the lifeblood that connects our people, our goods, and our nation. It is a network that fuels economic growth, drives social development, and enhances our global competitiveness. And at the heart of this value chain, we find women who have been instrumental in driving progress, innovation, and efficiencies. Women bring a unique perspective to the transport sector, enriching it with their life skills, their talents, and unwavering determination. They have shattered stereotypes, overcome our countless obstacles, and proved time and again that gender is not a barrier to success. Through their hard work and dedication, they have carved a path towards a more inclusive and equal transport industry. SANWIT has been instrumental in fostering an environment where women can thrive and succeed. I always worry when I say SANWIT and people expect me to explain as to what SANWIT is. I always worry because SANWIT should be known in South Africa, not only within the transport sector, but in South Africa. So when we say SANWIT, people should know as to what we're talking about. We don't have to then say South African Network of Women in Transport. We just have to say SANWIT and people know. And I always worry when I have to explain as to what SANWIT is. We remain committed, however, to SANWIT, both as government, but also as private players that most of you here are. We are all here because we remain conscious of our task in resolving the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality as outlined in the National Development Plan 2030, and know that it is our contributions to such organizations as SANWIT that will feed into the overall action geared towards the social and economic progress we all seek. We are deeply aware that these challenges we refer to as affecting women are also our challenges. And they also affect us as women. However, we recently relaunched the BBBEE Charter Council. This happened on the 11th of May 2023 with a clear commitment to accelerate inclusive programs and to ensure visible change in the lives of many that feel still excluded by the economy and thus persistently disadvantaged. And at this moment, I would also want to acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the BBBEE Charter Council for Transport. We said at the launch that we need to understand that for a more equitable outcome to be realized in the economy, inclusive growth will imply equitable distribution of productive assets and thus radically reduce sources of inequality and social fragility based on ownership patterns. Our medium-term strategic framework 2019-2024 states very clearly that faster and inclusive growth is key to improving and sustaining higher living standards and successfully reducing the inequalities that still puncture our economy. We have laid our preconditions for accelerating delivery through transformative innovation, for IR, overcoming challenges with SOEs, our state-owned companies, and ensuring a supportive macroeconomic environment for investment. Sustainable long-term growth is needed in order to drastically reduce unemployment, and this requires both broad structural reforms as well as targeted interventions. It must have become clear to many in this sector that the government has committed itself towards both broad structural reforms as well as targeted interventions. These structural reforms are becoming evident in various subsectors, one of which, of course, will be the rail sector, given the enabling private sector concessioning in that subsector to ensure we bring about efficiencies and a reliable supply of rail services. As far as I'm concerned, we do have challenges in the rail sector. You see that on our roads, on the N3, the number of trucks there. That, for me, indicates that a lot needs to be done in the rail sector. But we do have a national rail policy. And the national rail policy calls for just one simple thing, that we separate the infrastructure entity or entities from operators. The national rail policy calls on South Africa to have an equivalent of AXA in the rail space. It calls on South Africa to have an equivalent of SANRAL in the rail space that owns the infrastructure as government, but allows the participation of everybody on that infrastructure. And for me, this is something we can no longer postpone. Imagine if AXA owned our international airports, but also was the operator, and not allowing any other airline to fly. With the situation we find ourselves in as far as the national carrier, would we have managed to travel to Mpumalanga? We wouldn't. So we do need, because it doesn't matter what happens with another operator, whether it is British Airways or Comair liquidating, but others are there so that they enable us to fly. And nobody in South Africa can therefore say aviation is privatized. What it actually says is that these women can actually go out and begin to say, now we are going to own trains. And those trains will be operated on the infrastructure that is owned by the state. For me, it's as simple as all that. So it's not a model that we're going to import from other countries. It's the model that we have in South Africa, and it is working. It is working for AXA. It is working for SANRAL. On the national roads, all of us are able to drive. Whether you are a privately owned truck or whether you are a state-owned ambulance, we're able all to share on that road. But it is owned by the state, which is through SANRAL. For me, that is what our national rail policy is calling for. And this is what is going to help us to again have the rail that is functional and effective. If we don't do that, we have infrastructure state-owned companies also being operators, then we're not going to change things. So we'll call for movement of goods, some goods from road to rail. We'll say this until we're red on our faces. It's not going to happen. So as far as I'm concerned, we now have a policy that was approved by Cabinet. All that we need to do is just to implement that policy. When that happens, women here will own trains. And they'll be able to operate those trains on the rail infrastructure that is owned by the state. The state will give them slots, and they will pay for that slot, like it is happening in the aviation. And in order to ensure efficiency, they will say the state-owned infrastructure entity will then say, if you don't use or don't take your slot, you're going to pay, we're going to penalize you for that. And that will ensure that there is efficiency for women who are operating and owning trains and everybody else. For me, it is as simple as all that. Can this happen? It can happen today. If we want it to happen, it can happen today. Then we change our rail and rail services in South Africa. Like it is happening, nobody can then say roads are privatized in South Africa. Nobody can say aviation is privatized in South Africa. We have Pomdawa is here. She is the CEO responsible for air traffic navigation and therefore South Africa's airspace. But operators share in that airspace and that airspace. For me, that's the answer. And women must begin to ready themselves for that. And for me, sustainable long-term growth is needed in order to drastically reduce unemployment, and this requires both broad structural reforms as well as targeted interventions. It must have become clear to many in this sector that the government has committed itself towards both broad structural reforms as well as targeted interventions. These structural reforms are becoming evident in various subsectors and have said in rail as such. This or the concessioning practiced already in the road construction environment, but a few transport sector-related structural reforms that must, among others, improve subsector outputs that should create jobs, develop the skill cohort of South African and grow subsector industries must still happen. Many among us here will already be aware of a number of other interventions that are already being carried out since the beginning of the sixth administration in 2019. In these include, among others, the presidential stimulus package, the job summit, and the investment conferences. Program Director, we are hosting this event in the month of August, which has been declared in South Africa a Women's Month. This month, and especially the 9th of August, is a constant reminder to all South Africans, and especially women, that nothing can beat unity of purpose and determination, no matter the challenges. Go back to what was happening in 1956 and think deeply about whether it was easy for women to organize themselves. There was no cell phone. There were no taxis. There were few buses that will, come at whatever time, and if you miss it, then there's nothing. But for those women to organize 20,000 and more than 20,000 women, they must have been very determined. They must have been very strong. I always take time to think, and to think about Mama Winnie, and to think about her children and her husband, Nelson Mandela, who we regard as an icon, But remember, he also was just an ordinary husband to his wife. And Mom Winnie was an ordinary wife to her husband, and a mother to her children. Separated, just like that, and having to raise children all by herself. And sometimes we take these things, when we sit and think about what eventually happens after the unbanning and, of course, the release of Nelson Mandela, Babu Nelson Mandela, and the divorce that actually happened. We never think deeply about these things to say how the past affected families. We never think about that. How the past affected children. How the past, yashia, the families, the challenges that we're facing today. I come see what data back with history yet. Maybe Mom Winnie was fortunate that she was a social worker. She could go to work. But what about women who remained at home when their husbands were working in the mines without a salary at the end of the month? And at the end of the year, banikezwe half the portion of that. And they go home without anything much to share with their families. What happened to those families in the rural areas, who women were then tempted to fall pregnant from men around because there were no contraceptives? And that shattered their families. Where are those children? Where are those adults, mothers and fathers, who grew up under those circumstances, who were called amalongwe? The children who were called were given names because they were not born out of marriage. Where are those children? What is happening to them? Have we taken time to think about that and to think about the impact of that? The women in 1956 were actually saying, enough is enough. They were not booked in hotels. There was no cell phone. Nothing. If there was a phone, but everybody on a cell phone would pick up the phone and listen to whatever conversation. That's where we come from. But those women said, despite the challenges, we're going to Pretoria. We're going to face Stridom. And we are going to say to him, you struck a woman, you struck a rock. They were ready to go to prison. And indeed, they did go to prison. It was cold. They didn't have shoes. It was very cold. The Secretary General of the African National Congress went to meet with them. He came back being shocked. But they were determined. They were ready. The march that was led by women such as Lillian Ngoyi, I think we should be reading about these women. We should be knowing a lot about them, because there are lessons that we can learn from their determination and their leadership. They were selfless in the true sense of the word. There was nothing that was saying it's possible that today we will actually be liberated. There was nothing. Remember, in 1961, that is when, after that march, remember, that is when our leaders and the leaders were actually banned. They were arrested and they were sent to prison. They did not give up. We can't give up as women. That is why with all the challenges in SANWIT, we cannot give up. SANWIT must live. And SANWIT must be prepared and be ready to face the challenges. The August 1956 Women's March reminds us that women who are well organized around a cause are unstoppable. It reminds us that the women's leadership has a special place and role to play in defining and structuring the socio-economic environment we live in. And lastly, this event also tells us that strong political will and leadership are indispensable in realizing meaningful transformation in our society. But as the MEC has said, it cannot be politicians only. I am definitely not in business, so I know nothing about business. There are legislations that we believe that are transformative, but it is you who experience them, who therefore must give us feedback as to whether they are assisting you or not. Sometimes those legislations are processed in reaction to something that has happened, and instead of assisting us, create problems. And it is these women that must actually tell us that, please revisit that legislation. Because instead of liberating us, it's fage jail. And these women must be able to do that. It is us all working together that we can achieve something. It is in the same spirit of resilience, the spirit of questioning and challenging the status quo for a better South Africa for all, that we are gathered here today. Allow me to address you in a way that will set maybe a tone for the deliberations that will take place in this event, the SANWIT Annual General Meeting 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate through the program, we will be forced to pause and ponder why we are all here and what contributions are we being asked to make to ensure this is a worthwhile AGM and dispel all doubt in our minds about positive outcomes many of us expect. We need never to lose the primary objectives of why SANWIT was established. The South African Network for Women in Transport, SANWIT concept, was born out of a need to break existing barriers to entry into the sector and demystify existing myths. If you talk about transport, for all the time you can think of, whether it is during apartheid and even during democracy, transport has always been regarded as a man and a male sector. Go to the work that is happening in the transport sector, construction and everything. Look at your big companies that are there. They may even be lily white, but not lily white women. They are lily white men. Because it has always been a belief that transport is for men. You know, when Minister Dipuo Peters was appointed the Minister of Transport, there were questions asked that she is a social worker. When I was appointed, questions were asked that I'm a health professional. But there's never been any question about male ministers that were appointed, about their qualifications. And I can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And I don't believe any one of them who also was appointed maybe because he was a transport expert. None. But if it is a woman, in order just to bring some, something, instead of saying not a woman, then they try to find something. And sometimes even women, they support that. SANWIT was first launched in 2005 with its constitution and business plan, with the main purpose of ensuring the sustainability of SANWIT, which advances government's agenda of transformation by empowering women within the transport industry. To put it the other way, SANWIT was established to serve as an umbrella body and a strategic vehicle to engage businesses and government on issues that impact women's development in the transport sector, including entrepreneurship. And as such, SANWIT is a government brainchild. And I just want to say this, even to our MECs. That is why in the Department of Transport at National, we have SANWIT Directorate, because it is a government brainchild. And that is why our expectation is that provinces, all of them for that matter, will have dedicated units for SANWIT, so that SANWIT lives, so that within the departments, there are people who continue to and public resources to strengthen women's development and, of course, empowerment. As the National Department of Transport, the provinces and SANWIT's constituents, we have had numerous engagements on how to steer this organization. Program Director, like one wise author said, I quote, "A bend on the road is not the end of the road," unquote. We have reached a point where we need to take a realistic stock of SANWIT to see if it is achieving the objectives it was meant for. Program Director, like Nimi Rachel Koshi said after being crowned Miss United Nations Earth 2022, that, I quote her, "Keep up your faith. Nothing is permanent in this world. Therefore, not concerned with what you tried and failed, but what is still possible for you to do," unquote. Do not concern yourself with what you tried and failed, but what is still possible for you to do. There is a lot that is still possible for us to do as SANWIT women. This refers certainly to all the delegates present here today, especially SANWIT members and women of all ages who have an interest in doing business in the transport sector. We are here asked to accept that the bends that have defined our road's transformation of the transport sector should never be discouraging, but that the bends are but only a part of the road we shall travel. However, we have faced our own bends, and we might face more. Can we be realistic in assessing if SANWIT is achieving the objectives it was intended for? Can we navigate this road better without turning back and navigate it with greater courage and that which we learned along the way? When we prepared ourselves for this AGM, a lot must have gone through our minds, and an important part of that may have been what we stand for, what our objectives have been throughout our existence. The SANWIT Constitution clearly states the purpose of why we have SANWIT, which is to, one, encourage women to enter and succeed in transport industry through facilitation of enterprise development, that was the constitution of SANWIT says, through networking and supporting women for success and growth, through negotiating on behalf of members of wealth generation, negotiating on behalf, not for ourselves. Yes, ourselves as members and as leadership should benefit as well, but it should not be about us and about us only. Through lobbying and advocating for a policy environment that will support and enable the sustainability of women's enterprises, through empowering, training, and transferring skills, through providing mentorship and coaching, through guiding best practices, through research and development, and through positioning SANWIT as a network to enable it to recruit other women enterprise entities or groups as members and coordinate them into the umbrella body. Noting the purpose and objectives of SANWIT, it is important that our discussion today Also provide clear accountability on how far we have gone in implementing the 2015 SANWIT Summit resolutions for the sustainability of the organization. The 2015 SANWIT Summit resolutions included the following, among others. 1, we said we're going to mobilize women across all modes of transport under one umbrella throughout the 9 provinces to speak with one voice. We said in 2015, we're going to provide business information, financial and legal, as well as an advice. We said in 2015, we shall share local and international business opportunities. We said we are going to assist women and expose them to developments within the transport sector. We said we are going to ensure access to opportunities within the Department of Transport and its state-owned companies, but of course in provinces as well. We said we are going to conduct assessment and alignment of subsector programs and projects that are relevant in aviation, maritime, public, road and rail transport. We said in 2015, we're going to develop unique SANWIT selling points and package them into value-adding offerings to ensure that SANWIT is strategically positioned within the current business development environment. We said we're going to identify and secure strategic partnerships for service delivery by developing a SANWIT profile of potential service delivery partners from the public and private sector and from civil society. We said in 2015 we're going to develop provincial outreach strategy and develop an integrated rural outreach strategy that targets women groups and organizations in rural areas. I'm not sure whether we did these things. We said we're going to develop a development of information management system that supports SANWIT functions and ensure that SANWIT uses information and communication technology solutions to run its operations efficiently, as well as to improve women entrepreneurs' access to business resources and information. We said we're going to develop a communication policy guidelines in order to effectively reach women entrepreneurs through international, national, regional, and local networks. We said we are going to initiate an effective membership recruitment drive that clearly defines members' benefits and rely on marketing research that has identified needs and gaps in enterprise development service provision. And most importantly, we said in 2015, we're going to establish a database of all members and the skills they possess, services they deliver, and match that to opportunities within the transport sector and report companies' progress due to the empowerment opportunities provided. The question is, how far did we manage to implement, or how far have we managed to implement these very good resolutions? As we continue to engage in this AGM, I urge every delegate to be honest in making this assessment and to help make a meaningful contribution to help SANWIT to be what it is meant to be. Ladies and progressive gentlemen that are here with us, we must say that there are significant strides that have been made since the establishment of SANWIT. We can name a number of companies that owe their success to SANWIT. The challenge remains, to a certain extent, that most women in SANWIT who have gained economic emancipation and have progressed forget to bring others along in that path of economic prosperity. Some of the women, they actually use SANWIT as an instrument for self-advancement, forgetting that the struggle for inclusivity and empowerment is not yet over. As the Department of Transport, we have decided to take the lead in resuscitating SANWIT as an umbrella body for women's development and empowerment in the transport sector. This is after we have identified that SANWIT has been faced with many challenges over the years. The challenges identified include, but not limited to this, that there are a lot of women formations in the transport sector, such as women in aviation, women in construction, women in rail, women in this and this, which receive more privileges than women in SANWIT. Sometimes they don't even recognize SANWIT. State-owned companies reporting to our department do not sometimes utilize SANWIT as a vehicle to provide business and economic opportunities, particularly to women, youth, and people living with disabilities organizations. There is no proper coordination of SANWIT matters, and opportunities are not being spread across and or shared with other members. Lack of capacity to implement the wide scope of women empowerment in the transport sector is yet another challenge. There is also a shortage of skills among SANWIT members, inclusive sometimes even of the leadership at national or even for office bearers. There's lack of support, coordination, and resource allocation in provinces. There's lack of economic and business opportunities provision by our state-owned companies reporting to the department as well as to provinces. Our observation, we've actually made that certain SANWIT representatives, leadership, they approach state-owned companies as representing SANWIT, but they do that for their own personal gain. And this results in the department not knowing whether or not SANWIT as a body benefits from programs of government. So we sit here, sometimes other people don't tell us that I now have a very successful company, thanks to SANWIT. They hide information because they want to be in the rail sector, but also in the aviation sector, in the road construction sector. So they will never tell us that, you know, I'm doing well in the rail sector. This is actually becoming a challenge because as a result, we don't know whether we are successfully empowering women. It is very few women who will tell us that I am doing well in this one sector. But the rest of us, you get shocked and surprised when you hear from other corners that, naba bakhona ba successful food. Bakhona. But the report that we have, it's like SANWIT has never empowered any woman. It is based on the challenges I've mentioned, among others, which we must still resolve, that I took a commitment and I am committed to ensuring that we reimagine SANWIT as an organization that is going to empower all women and not only its leadership. We need to arrest those things and challenges that are actually standing on the way of progress for women. The cake is big. It is. Let me just say, see here, in the province of Mpumalanga, there are several projects. In the near future, just a few weeks to come, we'll be launching the N2 mega project. Many women can participate in that project. Many. And we're going to ensure that it happens. We're going to work with the women here. You go to Eastern Cape, there are those mega projects. We're building bridges there. It's billions of rands. But when you visit these projects, you don't hear that women represented by SANWIT are participating. The question is, where is the leadership of SANWIT? When these things are negotiated, when you know the managers, for instance, I'm talking about Central for now, when do you go to their offices and say, we are women, we are here, and these are the SANWIT companies, help us, so that they get some work, even as subcontractors? Where is the leadership in these provinces? Where is the leadership in the Western Cape? When we are busy recovering some corridors, rail corridors, and they are money, they cost a lot, they are a lot of money. And you go there, you listen, you don't hear any voice of SANWIT. When do you go out and meet with those managers and say, there is SANWIT, there are women, we want them to participate and fight? Personally, let me say this. I don't know the branch, but I've not heard any SANWIT voice as I visit these mega projects. Now, you cannot expect. The reason why we have leaders that we appoint and elect in provinces is for them to do the work, to network, to check as to what it is that is there and is happening. In the transport sector, it's people who must leave their comfort zone and go out there and say there is this project, how much is for women in SANWIT? Not how much is there for me. If it is not me, it is my uncle, it is my younger whatever, and that is all. So that if you go deeper into companies that are benefiting, it will be for one and the same people. I just want to believe that people that are here, some of them will say, no, Tina, our leadership in the province, they've empowered us. Now, I use a low voice. They have empowered us. I think they need to be saying that. This commitment we are again expressing today is what led to the roundtable that was held on the 22nd of September 2022, where the following resolutions were agreed upon, and I think DDG covered those, but let me again emphasize them. So we have said it enough. We don't have to say it now. Now we've got to say, Mpumalanga, kunama projects akhona. Tell us ukuthi kwi project ye N17 mangaki ama women abhenefitile. Kufanele sizwe ethi eSANWIT. Kufanele sizwe ethi there is a project here N2 ngiyasho. It's coming. It's kilometers. Mangaki ama women are ready to participate there. So we've got to talk now projects. Kufanele city today, we are from DRC. We have signed some technical agreements with DRC in the aviation sector. The CEOs in the aviation sector must now come and say, there are these projects, and we'll definitely need women who are going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And the women here must go out and organize themselves. The Minister of Transport from DRC, he has said to me, I want you to come to DRC before the end of this month. And I said, huh? Sekufanele ningitholele indawo yokuhlala eDRC. It cannot be that I was in DRC in July. Before the end of July, I went back to DRC, and he came here beginning of August. Then he says I must be in DRC again before the end of August. But believe you me, if it means that, that is going to ensure that we are able to secure things, I will go to DRC. If we close those doors and gossip, we are providing security services in DRC. The last time I was in DRC was in 2005. There was nothing. I go to DRC today in 2023. There's so much improvement. But by who? As far as I'm concerned, it cannot be that we create an environment that is conducive through deploying our army, but we benefit nothing. And what is now happening is actually saying, South Africa, there's a lot that we can work together with you on. One, in South Africa, there is, for instance, Gauteng or Johannesburg, but the second largest city is Cape Town. And we have N1 that connects us there. There isn't an N1 in DRC. There is the second largest city in South Africa, which is Durban. And there is N3 that connects Johannesburg and Durban. There's no N3 in DRC. So it is in our interest to go there and construct the N1 and N2 in DRC. And SANWIT women must be ready for that. We're doing it very well. We now have the experience of doing it. AXA has been building airports in other countries, in Brazil, in India, in Ghana now. So we have the experience, don't worry about that. All that will require is for women to be ready to take up those opportunities. But we'll definitely not come to your home and knock at your door. We won't. And if you do nothing about it, and if you come with a selfish attitude to say it's all about me, it's unfortunate. We will be expecting women who say, if we must actually construct a road as long as N1 from Gauteng to Cape Town, you need a lot of companies to do that, including women companies in DRC, but women companies in South Africa, from South Africa. So for me, there are these opportunities. They are there. But it all depends on whether we are there as SANWIT to network and identify these opportunities and fight for them. And fight for them. It's not going to come on a silver platter. No, it won't. Sometimes they're not going to give you because you're not ready to pay them. Because you don't have the money to bribe people. But we've got to fight even that. People who will only give you work because you are ready to pay. We've got to fight. So that is not the norm. We don't normalize corruption. I think for me that will be important. So yes, indeed, the ITP branch has conducted SANWIT consultative workshops in all provinces. In fact, we have said, let me just go back here. On the round table, we said we want to ensure that SANWIT structures are functional, both the national structure and its provincial chapters. And I think this is important. And I beg you to be very objective today. To be very objective. To say, is the current model that we are using as SANWIT working? from 2007, when we launched SANWIT, have we really achieved what SANWIT was formed for? If not, do we continue with a model that has not delivered anything or not delivered much? If not, should we not then consider and reconsider something else different that probably can give us something and try it and see whether it's going to deliver anything? We need, again, that we said at that round table, SANWIT constitution needs to be reviewed. We said we need to develop a roadmap with timeframes that would lead to the culmination of the SANWIT national launch or annual general meeting. I'm happy, DDG, that today we are here, thanks to that resolution being implemented. Program Director, I'm glad to report that under the ministry's leadership and the capable team in the Department of Transport within the branch, Integrated Transport Planning, and different branches in the department, led by the Director General, the roundtable discussion was held in accordance with the resolutions I've outlined. The ITP branch has conducted SANWIT consultative workshops in all provinces to solicit support for the SANWIT operating model structure that will be presented to all the delegates present here today. I'm also proud to announce that we also finalized the supply chain management processes to appoint a capable consultant to review the SANWIT constitution to align with the new SANWIT operating model structure, which will be presented today. In doing so, the consultant will turn to all the SANWIT provincial chapters to solicit inputs and certify that the review of the SANWIT constitution addresses the real issues experienced by women in the transport sector across the country. We have recently, through our state-owned entities, signed, as I've just said, international technical agreements with our sister countries in the continent, with the explicit objective for Africa's development to be in the hands of Africans. These technical agreements provide a plethora of economic business opportunities, which I believe the CEOs in the aviation, road and rail state-owned companies will unpack further. SANWIT, together with Transport BBEE Council, must be able to be in the forefront to ensure equitable share of these economic opportunities made available by the department. I equally plead with our honorable MECs in the respective provinces to support and embrace SANWIT and to also align their strategic plans and continue to be deliberate and unapologetic in ensuring diversity, inclusion, and equity for women, youth, and people living with disability companies in the transport sector. The economic gains for these vulnerable groups must be tangible. We must intentionally have female Black industrialists across all these groups. And SANWIT has a major role to play in order for it to achieve this goal. Therefore, the SANWIT of today cannot move at a snail pace. We need to take immediate action supported by the department, provinces, and our state-owned companies alike. And our state-owned companies will both be public as well as private sector state-owned companies. Let us, of course, commit to building a better SANWIT. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that the spade work in preparation of this AGM has now been done. As you deliberate on all the issues in this AGM, I urge all of you to help resuscitate this critical women empowerment institution called SANWIT, address its governance issues, and raise its position to plan of action to advance transformation and empowerment of women, for women in the transport sector under the SANWIT umbrella, and guide the implementation of a viable operational model structure for SANWIT. I'm told that we've been joined by MEC Fohlomuga. We acknowledged him before he arrived, but he has actually joined us. We welcome you, Comrade MEC. for those who have benefited from SANWIT, please do not hide it. Tell the story of your success so that we can then be encouraged. Standing here, not knowing as to whether SANWIT has benefited anybody, it is discouraging. But knowing that it will encourage us to move forward. It doesn't matter what the difficulties and the challenges, we are prepared to fight for the benefit of women and empowerment of women in the transport sector, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mama. What did you, Mama? Thank you, Minister. Uthethe kwavokoteka. I must equally apologize because English has limited vocabulary and Xhosa takes on where English fails. So from time to time, I will use exclamations in my mother tongue. Those who don't understand can come and have a conversation with me during tea break. Minister Chikunga, you reminded us of the women of 1956. 67 years on, you said we must read, we must understand their plight, and we must emulate them. There's a book that's currently been written on the 60 unspoken about women of 1956. We speak fervently about those that we know, Charlotte Mkagelile Ngoyi, Rehema Musa. There's silence when it comes to Toto Caroline Matsaleng and many more. There are much more women who made up the 20,000 march plus that went to the union buildings. You spoke to us, Minister, and you said a couple of things. The Minister says we are not at the dinner table. Minister says we shy away from negotiating tables. Minister says everywhere she goes and she wants to hear the voice of women in this industry, we are absent, we are nowhere to be found. Where are we? Minister is inviting us to the dinner table. The CEOs, the MDs of government agencies are here. They will be giving us opportunities that we have tomorrow. Leave with their business cards, the contact details of their PAs, their offices, where they are located. Visit them, go and see them, tell them who you are. Open the doors, break them open if you must. Go through windows, genane rufini. But Minister is saying to us today, we must be at the dinner table. It's an open invitation. If we miss this one, then we've got no one to blame but ourselves. Minister says there are opportunities not only within the borders of South Africa. She speaks about DRC. Minister is inviting us to the dinner table. Minister says there's a project on the end. Where are my women? Who are nowhere to be found. Minister is giving us a blank check. Leave here today with contact details, numbers, office numbers, where people are. Knock, walk through closed doors, enter through windows. The roof must have to, because the Minister has invited us to the dinner table. She gives us a narrative of where we come from. 2005, SANWIT is established. 2008, it is launched. 2015, we have a summit. 2022, we have a roundtable. Today is the AGM, and this AGM is the beginning of the rest of SANWIT. Here on in, history books must note us. We are our own Winnie Madikizela Mandela. We are our own Lillian Ngoyis of the transport sector. And today must mark exactly that. I want to acknowledge the presence of the MEC from KZN of Transport, Mr. Sipho Hlomuka. We did acknowledge that you were coming, so thank you very much for joining us. I want to also apologize to the province of Gauteng, who the convener is Mamuvelin Manuel. We did not forget you. You were not with us in the morning when we were having holy chaos. So we elected amongst your people who shall then lead that part, but we acknowledge that you are the chairperson, the interim chairperson of SANWIT in Gauteng. We also apologize to Mpumalanga, Ms. Busisi Wendlovu. We acknowledge that you are the chairperson of SANWIT in Mpumalanga in our holy chaos, in your absence. We elected a leader in song, not a leader in SANWIT. Thank you very much. We are now going to have our tea break. I beg and I plead for that to be 10 minutes so that we may actually get through with the program of the day. Tea is going to be to my left-hand side. That door is going to be opened as they are opening it now. You may also use the center door to go out. If needs be, Bafazi, please take your tea, come back and let's sit and let's have it. So long as you're not going to be and clicking the cups. But in exactly 10 minutes, we're going to come back and restart our program. I thank you. Can every single woman make a way back into plenary, please? I have been slightly lenient on my 10 minutes, and we've gone beyond that. We are about to get into session 2. Can all the women who are outside please come in? Can the Gauteng caucus also be disbanded so we can start? Thank you, ladies. Thank you for coming back in. Can I call to the stage our SANWIT interim chairperson? Can she be accompanied by our SANWIT interim secretary and followed by our SANWIT interim treasurer? So I'm calling to the stage to come sit here with me. Umamumoy Rakrich. Mamumoy Rakrich, please come to the stage. I'm calling to come to the stage our interim secretary, Umamu Blondi, Mutwadira. I'm calling to come to the stage Umamu Ndlovu. Umamu Sibongile Ndlovu, the current interim treasurer of SANWIT. We are calling our leaders to the stage, the people who have held the fort for SANWIT through our challenges, through our mishaps. We have an interim SANWIT structure as led by Umamumoy Rakrich as she comes onto the stage. The secretary to which is Umamu Blondi Mutwadiri, the treasurer of with Mutwadira, thank you. I had pre-apologized for mutilating people's names. I will apologize again. Mamu Blondi Mutwadira. They said it's Aus Blonde, Aus B. Sis B, yes, Sis B, yes. And also calling our treasurer from KZN, Umamundlov, Boya Benyat, Ukacheni Betunana. The only province that came in here with a song. The only province. They even said, MC, please give us it's too late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, KZN took that trophy. It's gone. Imkile. This is the last call for all women who are outside to come back inside, please. Can we also make sure that those who do have their teas with them is completely welcome? Just don't make the noise and the clicking sound so that it disturbs this session. This is a critical session. This is a time where we hear from our leadership. What have they been able to do? What have they been able to achieve? What have been their challenges? And as they hand over the baton, we will allow them to give us presentations. We'll start with the chairperson, and then the secretary, and then the treasurer. Thereafter, we'll have a Q&A session. We're together, Bafazine. We are going to start now. Those are outside will miss out on the opportunity, but can we also have You know, Mosne, the order of the day is order. The order of the day is? Yes. Thank you very much. Can Mama Umoirakri come to the stage and give us a presentation? Progress made on SANWIT as an organization, barriers, and how the organization dealt with corporate governance issues. That's the theme she will be speaking to us on today. Can we please call Nkosi Kona? Nkosi Kona? With the laptop. It's going to be, can you see that from Mama?
Okay, I can, yes. Yeah.
You could?
Yes.
You want to rather hold this thing? Or you?
Okay. Okay. They're not flighting it. They're not flighting it.
Can we flight the presentation? In the meanwhile, Nkosi Kona, please. Nkosi Kona with the laptop. Mamumora is dealing with very serious issues in the Western Cape. We can't be stressing her with laptops. Nkosi Kona, please. Chairperson has got very serious issues to deal with in the Western Cape and the taxi industry. Laptop should be the last of a worry. Nkosi Kona's cell phone number, Mama. Me, I will call Nkosi Kona.
Babiki's also got it on her laptop.
Okay, can you also call Babiki? Babiki? Oh, sorry, my love. She also says you... Please, man. An entire chairperson of an organization like this, leading 500 plus women, all we want is Nkosi Kona and the laptop. But also perhaps as we try to find Nkosi Kona, it's unbecoming that Mama can just come to the stage just like this. There's no song, there's nothing. I've never seen it in my life. Kumunati go SANWIT. Kumunati go SANWIT. Awuswenkela SANWIT. Be alright. Awuswenkela SANWIT. You will never come alright. There it is. You can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
Can we have, you seen, eh? Besides the order of the day being order, this is our event. This is our leader. There's no other leader. There's no one who can say, no, I'm leading SANWIT, I led SANWIT. It's this woman here, Mamukrich. She's coming from the Western Cape dealing with serious issues to be here with us. She has taken time out from the taxi impasse. I need a song that shows that we understand that leadership is here. That all of us can sing. SANWIT member, into zionakala. It seems like not everyone knows that. Can we sing a song that everybody knows? I'm giving you grace. We must be out of here by 4. There we go. Everybody knows this one. So for the paging down, we use this.
Next.
For the next page, yes.
Yes.
You're gonna hold it, Mama, you good?
Yes. Yes.
You don't need anything else?
No, I don't need
Water?
anything. No.
Sharpen.
Okay.
I'm just
Fine.
behind you.
Yeah, it's not a very long report.
Good. Let me
Not a
just
very
take.
long report.
Where are the Western Capers? But Mamukriche leads all of us. Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Western Cape. She's our leader. Thank you, ladies. That's more like it. That's more like it.
Okay, so now they have to fly again. Okay. To the National Minister, I want to greet her. I also want to greet the Program Director and
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Shh. Thank you, ladies. The order of the day is, can we give Mamukriche the respect she deserves? Thank you.
so like I said to the minister, to the National Minister, who is a woman that she is, like she said, it's not very easy being in transport, a male-dominated environment, having to explain yourself, having to explain your existence and your relevance. So I want to commend her for the position that she's holding and also for the doors that she has been opening for us as women. I want to greet every dignitary that has already been mentioned, all protocols observed, every SANWIT member that is here today. Had it not been for you, this event would not have been a success. So if you have not realized the importance of you being part of this organization, I want each one of you to turn to your neighbor and say, I'm blessed because you came. And it's only when we as women stand together and realize the importance of us as women and the role that we need to play to ensure that women will excel and they will succeed in everything that they attempt and are doing. And I want you to never discredit yourself. So many people say women still need to enter the mainstream economy of our country. I've got news for you. Those heads that look so brilliant, we are the head that keeps them in place. When I look at especially the taxi industry, Program director was talking about the turbulence that we come from in the Western Cape. We didn't even know whether we were going to be here today because you couldn't access the airport. And for us to have had to drive all the way up here would have been an impossible task. But with a minister, the caliber of Ms. Sindisiwe Chikunga, it took a woman's touch to bring men to order. So let us never discredit ourselves. Let us never discredit the value that we play in society. And when people tell you, or they ask you who SANWIT is, you tell them how relevant SANWIT is, because we are the ones that keeps the wheels rolling. Even though we are not given the credit, we are the ones keeping those wheels rolling. So I want to submit my report, and I can tell you that it has not been an easy road. There are a lot of issues that needs to be addressed, a lot of challenges that we've identified, and today's report is no pointing of fingers to anybody. Today is about looking at what we've been through and how we are going to proceed with the challenges we have been facing and that we will most probably be facing for a while still. But we are saying that we are ready to take off the nail polish and the long nails, and we are ready to get down and dirty and do the task at hand. So I will be submitting my report now. Can I? Okay. Okay. So as the SANWIT National Interim Chairperson, my report for 17 August 2023, the introduction to the National Department of Transport, members of the South African Network of Women in Transport, and all stakeholders. This report attempts to reflect on my tenure as an interim chair of SANWIT. It is with great pleasure and humility that I have been entrusted with the responsibility of advancing this powerful organization of women contributing meaningfully to the mainstream economy of South Africa. Broad overview. On the 13th of September 2019, the SANWIT National Executive Committee were recalled, and the current interim National Executive Committee were elected by the SANWIT National Council and duly appointed by the SANWIT team. The mandate of the interim National Executive Committee was to establish the status quo of the organization, ensure that three provincial chapters launch, in other words, go to AGM, to manage the SANWIT banking account, and to redraft the SANWIT Constitution. Okay? So the banking account, the first that was addressed was the SANWIT banking account. We discovered that the banking account was not FICA compliant. We had to change the signatories and discovered that we were paying exorbitant bank fees, up to 62 Rand per 100 Rand that was paid in over the counter. So members, when you see the banking, when the treasurer reports, don't be surprised that the money, that our account didn't grow much. Because if we had to pay 62 Rand of 100 Rand, make a quick calculation and see how little actually came to the organization. We then discovered that debit orders were deducted from the SANWIT account. The SANWIT unit on numerous occasions attempted to get answers who authorized these debit orders but we didn't get any answers. To this day, there are still 7 debit orders being deducted every month. The status quo of the organization, as the interim chairperson, communicated by email to the previous executive committee requesting a handover of administration. After 2 attempts, no success was reached in this regard. We had to access the database of the organization. Neither did we have documentation of memoranda of agreements entered with stakeholders. Most of the provincial chapters were inactive, dysfunctional, because of provincial departments of transport not supporting SANWIT. According to our constitution, SANWIT was registered as a not-for-profit organization under the Directorate of Social Development, only to discover that SANWIT is registered as a not-for-profit company under the Companies Intellectual Property Commission. This meant that once again, SANWIT was non-compliant and at the risk of being deregistered because of unpaid annual subscriptions and non-compliance to the South African Revenue Services. With regards to the launching of the 3 provinces, provincial chapters, SANWIT Western Cape were ready to host their provincial AGM on the 31st of March 2020. But because of the hard lockdown implemented on March 26, 2020, when COVID hit, it was recalled, cancelled. The AGM was cancelled. The SANWIT Western Cape chapter is however ready to host. We will confirm the date as soon as possible. On the 28th of April 2021, during the time of COVID-19, the Northern Cape SANWIT chapter hosted their AGM successfully, even though marred with turbulence. SANWIT Gauteng hosted their consultative AGM on the 31st of July 2023. With regards to the redraft of the Constitution, COVID-19 impacted SANWIT, the organization, and its organizational dynamics in such a way that the 4th Industrial Revolution were enforced on us. We were not able to physically meet or workshop the Constitution, neither did we have virtual communication work for us. Some provincial chairs were not adequately equipped. And when I'm saying not adequately equipped, at least I have access to a laptop. There are some of our chairpersons that doesn't even have a phone that is compliant to meet on Zoom meetings. So that is the type of challenges we were facing. So they were not equipped with the relevant technology. And I don't want to be the one shaming Eskom, but even load shedding was a huge challenge for us. So even when we were planning virtual meetings, because we are in 9 different provinces, load shedding impacted harshly and adversely on us. However, the provinces have interrogated the Constitution and gave inputs on recommendations and amendments to be made. So as we're sitting, I'm sure that all of you have had inputs into how you would like to see the Constitution not just redrafted, but I would like to think when we leave here today, not today, tomorrow, that we will have a Constitution that is not only going to be fit to take the organization forward, but that Constitution will be signed off. Because the challenge we experience wherever we go is that people want to know. So can I have a copy of your last AGM? And the last AGM I remember of SANWIT was in October 2008. So we ask ourselves, why do parastatals and businesses, stakeholders, not take SANWIT seriously. But since 2008, SANWIT, this is the first time SANWIT is meeting in an AGM. When I'm looking at the challenges that we had to face, a national organization having to report to our constituents, we don't even have a national office that we're operating from. So like I said, the purpose today is not to point fingers. The purpose is not to blame anybody. We are here to rectify that which is keeping this organization from moving forward. So I would like to think that when we leave here tomorrow, that the provinces will know that they have a role to play, and especially the provinces that has had problems in supporting SANWIT. They're quick to say, we don't have a budget for you. And the reason why they're saying they don't have a budget is because rail, maritime, aviation are national directives. So how do you advance? How do you get support from those provinces when they turn around and say that we can't support you on this? So I hope that after we leave here tomorrow, that the issues that we have will be addressed and that it will be an opportunity for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Honor to Minister of Transport, the DDG, all the MECs present, all the SANWIT provincial chairpersons, all protocol observed. Ke Blondi wa ga Motswadira from Northwest, the current Northwest SANWIT chairperson in Northwest. Where I'm standing, I'm the SANWIT interim national secretary. I have a presentation. Okay, thanks.
Oh, there we go. Now it went faster.
Yes, here are the contents. I'll be touching on the introduction, objectives, membership, categories of membership, observations, challenges, way forward, and the end. As women who are here, we should get that understanding that South African Network for Women in Transport is SANWIT, because many people just know that it's SANWIT. We are here to network as women. It's an organization incorporated under Section 21, Companies Act 61 of 1973 as amended. SANWIT is an organization that enables all women in transport formations to network for economic growth. SANWIT intends to position itself as a network because it will recruit other women enterprise groups as members and coordinate them into the umbrella body, which is SANWIT. SANWIT is a voluntary organization of a public character established not for gain, with corporate personality, perpetual succession, and legal personality distinct from its members. SANWIT will continue to exist even when its membership changes and even when National Council changes. It will remain a SANWIT. SANWIT will champion and articulate the aspiration and socio-economic development of women in transport. The constitution of SANWIT is the supreme law of the network and any rule of or regulation. It is binding the National Council and SANWIT leadership, members, and any other structure that may be created by the network. The organization, as we are standing currently, it consists of the following: the National Council and provincial chapters that are from all the 9 provinces in the country. Objectives. SANWIT's main objective is to encourage women to enter and succeed in the transport industry through facilitating enterprise development, networking and supporting women for support and growth, negotiating on behalf of members for wealth generation, and lobbying and advocating for a policy environment that will support and enable the sustainability of women enterprise. That is what the minister has touched on. So we are also saying that as SANWIT. The network's secondary objectives are to add to the body of knowledge and guiding the best practices through research and development on women-related issues, empower, train, and transfer skills, because we have discovered that majority of women who are SANWIT members, they've got that thing that they are trained, but through the training that they receive from each province, they are not skilled. It's only the training that they receive and receiving the certificates that are not even working for them. To provide coaching and mentorship, provide central reference point of publications and experiences, raise awareness of different components of transport within all modes of transport and related services. I want to emphasize on this one of raise awareness of different components of transport within all modes of transport. As SANWIT, like it is been said that we are networking, we shouldn't be saying SANWIT it's only for certain women. SANWIT is for all women from all the modes of transport. All modes of transport. It can be correct that we are barricading other women to come and join SANWIT just because we own taxis, we own buses, we own trucks, and we barricade other women formations to come and join SANWIT. Membership. Any woman who wishes to become a member of the organization must complete the prescribed membership application document. Membership is open to all South African women as well as women entrepreneur groupings or organizations whose members are women entrepreneurs. Members shall join via the provincial chapter in which they carry on their trade of business. In cases where provincial chapters do not exist, national office will handle membership. Members of the organization must attend its annual general meeting where they may exercise their right to determine or amend the constitution of the organization. Membership rules, subscription, and category guidelines will also be decided by the annual general meeting. And I will deliberate on the categories of membership. The following are the 4 categories of membership. We've got ordinary membership, that is allowing any woman-owned business engaged in trade or commerce within transport sector who paid membership fee, she may be admitted as a member. Ordinary membership. We've got group membership, which includes cooperatives, association or organization of not more than 10 members that is engaged in any service of all modes of transport within South Africa but does not qualify for ordinary membership may apply for this category. On acceptance of membership application, the affiliate member shall agree to pay any such subscription determined by the annual general meeting. On the cooperative membership, we've got cooperatives that has 20 to 24 people in the cooperative. And we will deliberate on this issue going forward. We've got associate membership. Any individual or group or organization of women who are presently not entrepreneurs in the field of transport but aspire to be, they must apply to the organization. Associate members will not be eligible for all organization benefits. This must be clearly understood. When we speak about associate membership, we are referring to, we've got many associations. I will just tap on the association that is big in the country, which is the Taxi Association. Because what is happening here, majority of women who are in the Taxi Association, they joined SANWIT individually. They did not join SANWIT as an association. So that should be corrected. And it's a matter that is in the pipeline whereby associations feel that we left them out. Is because you did not affiliate as an association to SANWIT. You affiliated as individuals from your associations. So it can be correct that we are attacked as an interim leadership of SANWIT, saying that there are only individual membership associations. We did not invite them whatsoever. All women who are here, I believe that they are members of SANWIT. SANWIT welcomes everybody. Within or outside the transport industry that, due to express support of the goals and objectives of the organization, is invited by the organization to be a corporate member. Observations. Power struggle amongst national and provincial leadership. The minister has said it all, that do we have the correct leadership in the national executive committee, even in our provinces? Because we cannot say there is a correct leadership. We must own up to our mistakes as an interim. There are lots of power struggles in the interim. And if we are not going to tell you, as the constituency, as members of SANWIT, we'll be lying to you. I'm not here to present something that is a lie. Even in our provincial leadership, we know that we've got power struggles whereby our constituency doesn't know who is the provincial chairperson, who is the deputy chairperson. Everyone in SANWIT can lead in provinces and convince women that we are the leaders of SANWIT, which is wrong. Which is wrong. Let us not do that. Let us not do that. Members on the ground not receiving information from leadership, more especially the deep rural areas. This is true. This is true. As the national interim, immediately after holding our meetings, we don't go back to the provinces and call women and tell them, what did we discuss in the national? It has been like that. It's a consistency. Some will be surprised of the leadership that, oh, Nkosiam, this person is there. But we have never met this person before. She has never called even a meeting in our province. She has never called women. We can't be having the positions into our handbags and boasting about that and saying, yes, we are leadership, but we don't go to our constituents. We are here because of you. We are a mouthpiece because of you. Membership deteriorated due to COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to say, may the souls of our SANWIT members rest in peace. We have lost members in all the provinces. We have lost members in all the provinces. The incomplete information filled on the application form. Information relating to the form of SANWIT, where members, when they fill their forms, they will write 8 digits of their cell phone numbers. And it's very difficult to can even communicate with that particular member because the information is incomplete. Inconsistency when launching provinces. There are provinces when they were launched, the constitution was used. Other provinces used guidelines instead of the constitution. Other provinces used IEC. Other provinces used private companies. That inconsistency caused a delay to launch provinces. Hence, we are in this mess today. Because the only provinces that were launched, it was KZN, it was Limpopo, it was Northwest. Members do not comply with BBBEE scorecards. On the triple BEE scorecards, we have seen that majority of our women, they do not renew their annual CIPCs. Because of, they will tell you that they are disgruntled. SANWIT does not take them into consideration. I don't know if they are taking their businesses serious or not. Because it can't be SANWIT telling you that you must renew your CIPC. It lies upon you as a business person to renew your CIPC and SARS. Program of auction not being adhered to nationally and provincial. That is true. As a national interim committee, we have never adhered to the program of action. And even the provinces, they don't adhere to the program of action. And you cannot have an organization that does not have a program of action. You can't. I'm finishing, Mewak, I can see that. Yes. So I'm going to the challenges. I'm just going to touch base on that. I'm not going to deliberate. Challenges are, we have SANWIT application forms that are tampered with. That is a true fact of the matter that we experienced in provinces, that we have the form of SANWIT, but those forms were tampered with to an extent that DDG, if you didn't know, please take note. In the SANWIT membership, where the national account is appearing, and ABSA Bank, there are women who tampered with that. They replaced the national account number and put their own personal account number. And chieftaincy in positions and barricading. We can't be saying it's normal. We have people who have been in the position since 2010. They don't want to move. In the provinces, how is that possible? We've got women who wants to lead SANWIT also. Let us deal with the chieftains who go to, "Hi, this is my position, I don't want to move." What is that? And external forces influencing decision taken by national and provincial leadership, members electing leadership that is incapable of executing the SANWIT mandate, lack of resources for national and provincial leadership, stakeholders not acknowledging the national and provincial leadership, even local municipalities. Women in different modes of transport forming their own organization as SANWIT members. Way forward. Empowerment and skills development training for SANWIT national and provincial leadership, youth, professionals, skilled and physically challenged women to be in leadership positions. SANWIT website to be updated monthly, members to register from their regions, districts, provinces to national. SANWIT members to be given membership numbers when registering. SANWIT database to be created as per different modes of transport and speciality field to women who do not own any form of transport. All women in different modes of transport to unite and approach government with one voice relating to transport opportunities as SANWIT members. Setswana sa re, mosadi moka o nyale mariga. In simple English is, a woman can devise a plan where men fail. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. That is when you will see the strength, the tenacity, and the resilience of a woman. Watinta bafazi, watinta mbogodo. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Minister, as SANWIT women, we are combat ready as from today. Today, I want to remind you all how powerful and amazing you are. I wish you all a happy Women's Month. Thank you.
Can we not sing just to Konga Maxesha? We'll have enough time.
Thank you, Program Director. Yakhuluma. Okay.
KZN, we acknowledge that you are the first province to come in singing, and we've awarded you that. Can we allow your chairperson and the treasurer of SANWIT to continue? Thank you very much.
Arise, women, arise. Arise, women, arise. Arise, SANWIT, arise. Honorable Minister for the National Department of Transport, Mama Chikunga, Deputy Minister, Mr. Mangu, all protocol observed. Okhulumayo usibongile Ndlovu, oqhamuke KZN, oyi-chairperson e-KZN we-SANWIT, abuya be-interim treasurer kwi-national. Thank you, Mama, for calling us today as Imbogodo on the special day, on the special month dedicated to us. We feel very honored to be afforded the opportunity to spend this day with you. We are very proud that we have Transport Minister who is a female, Mama. It's a Women Month. It's a Women AGM today. It's a women, women, women. Indaba yami iqale kwi-ICC eThekwini ngo-October last year kwi-Maritime, World Maritime Day e-ICC. Ayikhona inkulumo engayizwa eyakhulumeka umama ehamba nomunye umphathiswa. Ngabona ukuthi kukhona okuzayo okusinyonyobelayo thina bomama. Kuningi okuhle okuzayo. Ngaqala ngamemeza omama eKZN. eKZN sinama region ama district 16. Ngabacela omama ngathi ngiyacela bomama sukumeni sikhuleke. Kukhona okuzayo komama okuhle. Kwasikhuthaza saqala ukusithintitha njengomama eKZN. Sikhona singomama sinawe indlela yonke mama. Kunesicelo ke la mama. Siyacela mama wethu ukuthi ke uzame ngo-30% set aside omama. Usungasithathazela ke kube u-35%. Usithi phohlo. Sesikulungele so mama ukusebenza. Siyacela mama ukuthi uma kubekwa ithebe etafuleni siphume nesithebe somama. Sesikhathela impela ukuthi thina siyabelwa. Sifuna manje kube nesethu nje isithebe. Siyafisa ukuba khona kuma aviation, ku maritime, ku rail, ku road transport. Okunye ke Siyacela ukuthi kukhona lento ebiyenzeka emva kwe-COVID ye-relief fund yamatekisi. So mama, asikwasanga ukuyithola kahle. Kwakhona ilink eyayenziwa okwafuneka usebenzise yona, ithe isuka nje ivele ivaleka. Iningi lo mama bayitholanga lo relief fund. Siyacela ke mama, uma kukhona indlela ukuthi ke usibhekelele so mama ngoba iningi lethu alitholanga lo relief fund. Okulandelayo ke mayelana nobulunga buka SANWIT. USANWIT ubulunga babo R100. Siyacela bomama ukuthi sibuvuselele yonke iminyaka ubulunga buka SANWIT. Bese siyacela kukhona umbono omama oqhamukile ukuthi uma singase so mama si contribute R100 every month sihlangane so mama every month R100 awusenzeli lutho isikhathi esiningi manje kodwa mase si contribute ngama province nangama district sihlanganisa imali lo mali kodwa isikhwama sayo sibe ku national kuningi esingakwenza lapho so mama lo mali igadwe la ku national angeke sihlupheke makunjalo. Ibank angicabanga ukuthi ingaba khona isidingo sebank uma sesikwazi ukuyigcinela imali. No mama wethu ngiyacabanga ukuthi uma sikhala sifuna izinto ezithize uma sinento ethize esiza nayo angeke ngabase ngoba kufanele kube khona nathi sikwazi ukwenza ukuze abone serious ngempela. Njoba sineyimoto ngeke usaye ebank yocela ukuthi utshele kwimali ngoba ama interest akhona makhulu kakhulu. Asekho isidingo singasebenzisa sona lesikhwama esisibekayo esigadwe ku national. Abese nginesicelo ke la sithandazo ezulu akuve nibahle. Hayi simbali sezulu anive nibahle. Bo mama ngicela sifunde ukufunzana. Asizame ukuthi sithandane so mama. Sibekezelelane. Kukhulu esingakwenza mangase sihlangane sithandane. Abese ngibonga i-team yethu ebesisebenza nayo yak national ama official kusetshenziwe ukuze sibe lana bekungalalwa ngithi amasonto amabili singalali. Ngiyacela siyabonga kubantu ade sibambisene nabo ukuthi hayi kusetshenziwe iphumelela into yethu. Sengiphetha ke mama sicela ungakhathali ithina ngqongqoshe wethu mama esimthandayo sikhukhukazi esimatshwele. Arise women, arise. Arise SANWIT, arise. Phambili ngoChikunga, phambili. Phambili ngoChikunga, phambili.
And herein, ladies, women in transport, lies the leadership, interim leadership of SANWIT. I want to, the order of the day is, there's orderlessness to my left. Just a biggie. Please, the center, you know most, when I stand, we agreed before Honorable was here. Don't do this now. You know most our agreements. So let's keep to it, ne? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that insightful reported narrative of where we come from and where we are, inclusive of the challenges and the things that we need to pay attention and zoom into. We thank the interim chairperson. We thank the interim secretary and the interim treasury. I want to make a plea and an apology. I noticed that our treasury spoke in isiZulu, and I understand thoroughly that not everyone knows. Unfortunately, because I'm Guni, I could hear, so it's one of those things. I apologize to those who could not hear, but we have 12 official languages in South Africa. So unfortunately and fortunately, we all have the leverage to speak our mother tongue, especially when we're giving presentations, because it's an issue of comfort. In the event that there are pertinent burning issues that you'd like to raise on the report, we will still accept those and we'll try to answer them as much as we can. I'm going to take a question and answer session. I'm going to give it 10 minutes, which means that there's a possibility that not everyone will speak. If there's a problem, we can have a marathon or a wrestling match, you and I, during lunch, because I cannot do more than this. We need to go to lunch. You women have been here the whole morning. So I'm going to take questions, and the ladies in front, our interim structure, will answer the questions. I want to take one round, round A1. Because there was orderlessness this side, you shall be the last until you prove me otherwise. Can I take you, Mama, from Gauteng? I'll take you as number 2. I'll take you as number 3. So this is 1, 2, 3. We're not going to have, you know those hands that come afterthoughts? No, we're not going to have those. We're going to take number 4, number 5. That's number 6. Those who had not their hands up when I started speaking, we can't, ne? 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11. Those are the hands we're taking. Can your questions and inputs be crisp and to the point, limited to 2, please? This is not the beginning and the end of us interacting with each other. Can I have my roving mics, please? Can I have my roving mics? Thank you so much. We're starting. Number 1 was, yes, Mama from Gauteng. Crisp and to the point, Mama. I'm here with you.
My name is Fusi Florence Makasani. Is the mic on? My name is Fusi Florence Makasani, Gauteng Deputy Chair Lady. I just need to give comments. Siyabulela bomama ngoba whatever it was said by the presenters, this is what Gauteng also need to emphasize, that SANWIT roots should be from the municipality and townships. And then it goes to the provinces, then to national. That is the operational model Gauteng has chosen to go with. I'm glad that our secretary, we bambile, ma'am. We bambile. Without the roots, the umbrella SANWIT cannot be green. And siyacela futhi bomama ukuthi hambani niye kuma provinces wenu and join in, ni support ngoba everyone amongst us here unama capabilities wakhe siyaninida ne skill eninaso nise assist, including ukuthi minister siyacela ukuthi the provinces, government entities should be engaged. Ukuthi babe ne pledge ebayisayinayo ukuthi they're gonna assist SANWIT. We don't enjoy the SANWIT structure doesn't enjoy as other entities. Akukhona abo youth desk in our townships. Akukhona ama small businesses. We also need those offices to be created in our offices. Mangfunu wenza company, I should have a door where I go in my municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Kiarabe Mabanga. They call me Kia. I'm the provincial chairperson of SANWIT in the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape in 2021, 28 and 29 April, we went to conference and the elections were done. Whether accepted or not, it's done. I'm not even going to delve much into it. If there's any discussions that needs to be made, then we need a meeting. Having said that, I just wanted to delve on what the minister was saying. Minister, all these state-owned entities in my province, I engaged AXA, I engaged SANRAL. Yes, I'm saying I because I know that they are included. I'm not going alone to those meetings. Yeah, okay. Having corrected that, it's fine. But we are engaging these state-owned entities. We even engaged ATNS for that matter. We engaged PRASA. Now, the challenge that we are having, Minister, they talk to us, but in terms of implementation, we are being directed from one person to the other. Now, we ask them that, can we have an incubation program where women can be empowered from the ground upwards, especially with SANRAL, because you find that women don't have the necessary gradings. Some of them have grade 1. It ends there because they don't get projects. How are they going to grow to the higher projects so that they can be standalones and apply for higher and be own contractors, unlike subcontractors? We cannot forever be subcontractors. We want to be main contractors. As Minister, as we mentioned, there are so many projects that are already out there, especially in the Northern Cape also. I was having a meeting with Jabu, who's the project manager, and we also had a meeting with Lupelo, who is also like the stakeholder engagement organizations, to say, can we, when they have their meetings, especially when there are projects, SANWIT become part of that meeting so that we can come to an agreement and sign an MOU to say, this part belongs to the women. Thank you.
Potso ya ka e khutshwane fela ga ke tlo ya lolololo ke re ke na le bothata ba gore okay I see hey volume slender never get tired, the volume is high. Askis ke tla le go reduce.
Can you, sorry Mama, can you try if possible to speak English? I'm just thinking because they might have to respond. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Noted, Mama.
Ke kopa botsa fela gore ge re le bakana kana re le bomme ba SANWIT ke na le bothata ba gore bo di leader tsa rona di tshware di positions tse pedi ke interim ebile ke di chair mara re 500 ka mo ba ileng gore o utlwisa re SANWIT ha re pele but o utlwisa instead ya gore batho ba berekisa di views tsa bona o utlwisa re na le view ya motho one ke interim ebile ka fa o utlwisa ke chair na ke khopela re today ka SANWIT e re etse ntho e right e be gore interim ele ya actor and then re kgethe di chairperson tsa rona because of batho ke South Africa re le new South Africa SANWIT e eme standstill high movie e stakile ka batho ba le babedi or ba bararo or ba 10 we want to be involved mo SANWIT re ba tlo berekela SANWIT ke tlhalogantsa gore ke bue English.
In the morning, you and I were friends. Now you want us to be fighters. You see now. She's basically saying that women, I'm not even good in Sutu, but not going to feel, women should not lead in the interim and also take the positions of being chairs in provinces, that there should be shared leadership amongst all women of transport because we are many, we are 500 here, etc., etc. The other ones were embellishments. Next. Number 4. Yes, Mama. Yeah, I can
still take number 4.
We'll come back, Mama, yes.
We'll
because
get
the
back
mic is
to
already
you.
there. I've noted there's 2 hands here. We'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Program Director, my name is Pelisha Swain. I come from the Northwest Province. I want to speak to the reports because I understand that I'm not rising because of an imbizo. There are salient issues and pointers that are coming out of the reports of the chairperson, the secretary, and the treasurer. First and foremost, the interim chairperson, I think I'm glad that the chairperson of the Northern Cape raises this matter, that she's not representing a jacket as a chairperson of SANWIT. You cannot stand in front of 500 women and tell them about I, myself, and I, when you are representing us. We came here, a program director, and all that we got from the first report was lamentation after lamentation. If there is a period of time, let's assume the interim committee was in charge for 12 months. Nako ya gompieno yana, this is time of reckoning. It's time to account. When we say report, we mean you must tell us. When you found that the bank account is not functional, what did you do? You know? When you found that the constitution is neither here nor there, what did you do? Because if you are representing me and these other 500 women here, there should have been a time when you would have said to us at the branch and village and street level, women are facing challenges. Let me just quickly off ramp and say, we give leaders a mandate. When you are there, you are a mandate carrier. It means your responsibility is to go and execute. But when you come across a stumbling block, you go back to refresh the mandate so that you can run the course of mandate implementation. So provinces did not get reports. And the chairperson went further to say, lamentation again. Provinces don't get report, SANWIT does not get support from provinces. How come when we have provincial departments of transport, there is a component, a directorate they call it, responsible for transport in all provinces? I think in my province it's there in the Northwest, I don't know. So there should be linkages. SANWIT leadership must be telling us what is it that they did to ensure that we get support from the province. It cannot be right that today we are here, instead of us complaining to them that you don't get support, it's them at the chairperson's level who's telling us that they don't get. Then it means the comrades are not fit and proper. The minister said today SANWIT must begin to deal with real issues. And it is us as women in the transport industry who must, you must introspect. I am going to the issue of the bank accounts and stuff. Chairperson, you would know, this is a matter that you get in a report of a treasurer of the national level. The power struggles, I can relate with the secretary, who is the interim secretary, not because she's from the province where I come from. But I'm just imagining, if you are in this situation that is beginning to unravel in front of our eyes, definitely there are power struggles. Because it cannot be that you sing a different hymn from a different hymn book and you want to lead us towards the same destination. It's very much impossible. So,
in conclusion, Mama.
The last one, the poor secretary, I'm telling you, the launching of provinces, the program of action, Comrade Secretary, unfortunately, we could have helped you to ensure that it gets implemented. We never got to see it. We never got to get it. The information is somewhere, there's a ceiling up there, which is keeping our information away from us. We must address that issue. On the issue of umama treasurer, kaloko siswam, wayibona nam digugile na mani emiso. I do not support ageism. It's one form of discrimination. But in this era, all of us must agree, women, we need to give young women a chance. We need SANWIT. SANWIT must be re-engineered. Let us get young women on board to run our organization. Well, now we'll support you. We'll support them. we'll encourage them, we'll impart what we have in terms of knowledge and skills. But the young people must take charge.
Thank you, Mama.
cannot have a treasurer's report or Stokfela as 100 rand per month. Aye, man.
Thank you, Mama.
Order.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Okay.
Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho.
Hello? Okay, dumelang.
Thank you, ladies. We're coming back.
All right. Dumelang, o buang ke Justina Leru, Northwest Provincial Treasurer. Issue ya ka e one, mo report ya ga secretary, ke bone go bua ka di debit orders 7. Rona re tla be re tlhetse re le ko provinceng re ra batho re ba tsenye tšhelete ko nationally, the next thing go na le di-debit orders rona re di-treasurer hela di-treasurer tse di tsayang di-proof of payment. So ha re kgone gore re kopa financial statement eo ya di-debit orders tse 7 gore madi a batho a ile kae, because ha re ne re kopa ka 2015 gore province le province e nne le account ya yone ba ganne gore province se ka nna le account ya bone go te tšhelete tsene ko national, ha re kgone gore ba account no yana ko tšhelete ko national because ba tla ba re ke interim. Re kopa di-financial statement tse sa ko national ka gore rona re di-treasurer ko province ke rona re ra batho re ba tsenye tšhelete. The next go kana le di-debit orders yang mo SANWIT tse 7 batho ba didimala la go nna normal. Re kopa report ya di-debit orders eo. Ke a leboga.
The treasurer of Northwest is requesting for official bank statements to confirm and confer where the 7 debit orders come from, where they are from and where they're going to. Next, please, can we come to this table?
Afternoon, Bomme, ladies. Unfortunately, I don't have a loud voice, even if I'm using a mic. So if you don't listen, you're not going to hear what I'm saying. My name is Tsidi Makwela from Tshwane. That's where I come from. Protocol observed. Today we're relaunching as the minister had said so. Aker? Yes, Madam Program, we've got 11 languages. We're unifying, 12 because the other one was added recently. So we're unifying nationally. So in future, we must correct each other. If I'm going to speak my home language, though it's allowed, there must be a translator so that we mustn't ask ourselves outside what was the speaker saying again, because that is what we're doing. We're sending wrong information to our members down there because we didn't hear what was said in here. So that is point number 1 of correction. Point number 2, I would like as SANWIT women nationally, we build each other. If something is wrong, let's correct it in here, not outside. Because if we're going to correct this outside, we're going to create division. And that's not what we want. As of today, we want unity. Nationally, the 9 provinces, with all the languages. Again. So, what I would like to say, we've got new members in here. So, leaders walk the talk. Preach what you're saying. Lead us to the right direction. We mustn't start on wrong footing. Because if we start on wrong footing, SANWIT is not going to go anywhere. It will be the end of SANWIT. And I, for one, I'm not going to allow that nationally, being alone with my team. We're taking SANWIT to the next level as of today, now. Look at the time, what is it? The date of today. We are going to go all over, under all these holes, up the roofs, in the sky. We're taking SANWIT to the highest level, supporting our minister. She showed us that women can, and we are going.
Thank you, Mama.
Leaders, let's walk the talk. Positions are nothing. but actions. And let's not play the man, let's play the ball. Then forward we going.
Thank you,
Amen.
Mama.
Goedemiddag, allemaal in die zaal. Ik wil baie graag onze minister met alle liefde groeten.
Ladies,
en
ladies, please.
En voor mij om hier te staan, om voor de minister te zeggen, is een voorrecht als een vrouw voor mij om voor u te staan. Je maakt ons baie proud. En nog een ding wat ik baie graag wil onder allemaal de aandacht brengen, is die groeten volgens protocol. Onze ministers, MEC's en al die officials van die government. Ons zegt government in Afrikaans. Maar government is onze gesteelde taal. Wil ik baie graag groet met alle respect. En baie dankie sê vir hierdie bijeenkomst wat vir ons geroep is as vrouwens. En soos ek hier staan wil ek elke vrou represent. Want ek staan as 'n volle vrou voor elke vrou. Ik wil net graag mezelf introduce na ik allemaal gegroet het. Ik wil die hele huis met protocol mevrouw. En ook die andere, onder andere alle government officials, wat ik nog niet redelijk, chairpersons, my leadership, Mavis. I greet you and all other leadership with me. Ik groet jullie. U is gegroet. En dan wil ik mijzelf voorstellen. Mijn naam is Bella Pretorius, onze meier.
Sorry, Mama. The center is disengaging. It's no longer holding. Please, I ask you again. This is our thing in Toyetule. We will have enough time to talk. We have a gala dinner. We will be talking until the morning. Can we please be respectful of each and every speaker that's here? It's uncomfortable for me to tell women such as yourself to do that. I shouldn't have to. It's becoming really uncomfortable and unpleasant. Can we be respectful of the speakers? Listen attentively, whether you understand or not. It's a 12 languages issue. Even me, I have no clue, but I'm here keeping quiet. Thank you.
Ik wil net baie dankie sê vir ons program directeur. Baie dankie. Dames, ik is baie trots op haar, hoe ze haar werk doen. Maar ik is baie ongelukkig met die private meetings wat gehouden worden en zij praat die waarheid. Ons moet elkaar respect. En dat is een grief voor mij om te luisteren wanneer iemand praat, dan praat de ander een daar en schreeuw. Ik silent doen het ook, I agree with that, but voor mij om te luisteren, nou dat ik praat, allemaal praat hier en daar. Hoe gaan jullie weten wat wil ik zeggen? Want ik het baie om te zeggen. Anyway, ik wil net terugkomen met die groeten. Wil ik baie graag onze meier van Mpumalanga, ma'am. Baie dankie dat u ons ontvangt als u nog hier is. En dat was mijn eerste keer dat ik hier naartoe kom. En ik wil ook net zeggen, baie dankie dat mijn volunteers.
Mama, can we please keep it to inputs on this? I'm not good with Afrikaans, but the little I'm understanding, you are now generalistic. Can we keep it to the chairperson, secretary, and treasurer's inputs? Baie dankie, Mama, baie dankie.
En ik moet mijn groeten recht doen. Ik wil net één ding vragen als gevolg van protocol voor onze leiders. Ons als nieuwe volgelingen bij SANWIT, ik wil zeggen, wat minister gezegd, zij helpt eigenlijk ons allemaal om op die been te komen. Voor mij als een nieuwe lid wat gekies is om een volunteer en whatever te is voor SANWIT. Ik is baie proud op SANWIT voor wat ik tot en met vandaag gedaan heb met mijn leadership, waarmee ik betrokken is. Ik moet het eerlijk op die tafel zetten. Maar verder wat ik opgeteld heb, zo wil ik baie graag één ding onder allemaal zijn aandacht brengen. Protocol is baie belangrijk onder vrouwens. Want ik weet volgens u als chairperson en leadership wat daar zit, moet ons ook onthouden. Ik was nog gehijacked met mijn vraag wat ik wou gevraagd. Dat transparancy is key. So mijn vraag is, kan ons dan net transparancy krijgen van u hulle af, die leiders, transparancy. En nog een ander ding, ik luister dat mensen is nie tevrede met wat gesê word en goed nie. Maar vir my, as ons weer so 'n byeenkoms het, speaker, moet julle alle protokolle
In conclusion, Mama.
Conclusion, julle moet wat noem mense?
Yes, that is the conclusion. Thank you.
Yes, ons moet 'n spreker hê wat kan talk.
Okay,
Zodat
ma'am.
ons allemaal kan verstaan, because ek sit hier as 'n nuwe lid. Maar dat is baie goed wat ek nie opgetel het en verstaan het wat gesê was. Dis hoekom ek as Prins Afrikaans praat. I want
you,
you all
ma'am.
to feel the heat, what I felt.
No, we were inside the furnace. We are in the iron furnace of Africans. We felt the heat, Mama. I have no idea what you said. But thank you very much. Paya Danki. On says Almal Sharp. Thank you, Mama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, ladies. My name is Sis B. Beulah from Northwest. I just want to say to the leadership, I'm the one person who stands for women. I still remember at that time we were launching at Northwest, I ran like a major's chicken to make that a conference to be successful. And then I'm very disturbed when we are saying the leadership they are not impact together. That causes us to continue suffering. Because even though you go to the department, they will say to you, we are waiting for your leadership to come here. And on that note, it causes every woman to suffer because of the leadership are not working together. So today, Minister, Rikopa Kore, Haritrafa, when we are moving here, we need the right thing to go well. So that this movement, this baby, from our minister, as she said, let's deliver a baby, not to continue holding a pregnant, not to be delivered. Number two, we said there is a project outside there. The projects are there, they are coming out, they are showing them. But in terms of subcontracting, we are getting a document with many requirements. As a grade one, how are we going to get those requirements for subcontracting? Minister, it's very difficult to fill up that document. And they say to you, put in the memory stick, put the CD, we want this and this. It's very difficult to get those subcontracts. There's a lot of projects in Zirast and in Lichtenberg, but it's not easy to get those subcontracts. Last one, I'm saying, please, we need information down there. We are down there, the real close to Botswana there. We need information. Leadership, please bring the information down to the ground so that we hook everybody. We are living with mahunga hunga. We don't have information. We need information, Minister, from your leadership.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you.
Number 7. You, Mama. I'm only taking the hands, number 9, that we had agreed on.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to bless you in the graceful name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And especially to our minister that took time out to come and meet up with us. For me, this is not an honor, not a privilege, but a blessing out of the hand of God. And I had such a lot to deliberate on, but due to time constraints, I'm just going to say as it comes from the heart. For me, it is very strange that transport, public works, all of those spheres should be working together. And for me, it's strange that none of them are representing themselves here. And it's hard so because I'm born, bred, fed in the fishing industry. I'm Mrs. Michelle Singh, born, bred, fed in Hout Bay in the Western Cape. And yeah, as a new member of SANWIT, been volunteering for the past 6 months for SANWIT, and our membership grew dramatically in Hout Bay because in Hout Bay we never knew about SANWIT. And yeah, I can say it is true. There are power struggles between women, especially women that thinks if we give birth to everything. Earth gives birth to everything. My concern is just that to the minister today, yeah, fisherwomen, maritime, it's always excluded from everything. In transport, in all spheres in government, maritime.
Mama, just a reminder, we are keeping it to the reports that we received.
It comes from, it goes to the minister, down to them.
Thank you, Mama.
And yeah, we've been trying as fisherwomen, as women in our fishing area, to consult with each and everybody, but no ways. Every time doors just close for us. In SANWIT, in each sphere of life, that is why I'm going that way, that route. Even now with our taxi strike, try to liaise, nothing but, thanks God, the woman that is part of SANWIT now could stand up for the taxi industry and say, no, enough is enough. That is why I'm directing this direct.
Thank you, Mama.
This is the last thing.
Okay.
We've got a draft for the minister here that I've brought with. Because of most of the things, we know for a fact there's a power struggle in SANWIT, in the top structure. And that is why we've decided, I'm sorry to say it, we've got a hard copy here that we want to produce to the minister so that she could take it further for us, not only for transport, but actually in the fishing in all spheres of government.
Thank you, Mama. Next, crisp and to the point. We're keeping it to the presentations that we received. Please,
Thank you,
lovely woman.
Program Director and Protocol observed. Kimegima Shishi from Limpopo, Mudimule Mokopo municipality. So, from the report that we got, we have learned something as women. From here, we need to take this SANWIT very, very serious. Our minister, there are lots of opportunities. So, what we are going to do today, we don't pull women down. The office from the municipalities, starting from the municipalities, because the projects from the municipalities, but stumbling block. From the report, program director, basadi babolege, today, consulta, even one communicator, because communication is key. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama. Next was 3 hands from here. Can you give Mama here? Yes, so we've got 2 more hands, Mama and Mama there.
Greetings to the minister and the MACs present here, the chairperson and all protocol observed. It is with disappointment, my leaders. What we wanted to hear from your report, it's to be telling us which doors have you knocked at. How far are you with the negotiations of business for women? Where are you going? What are the challenges that you as leaders are experiencing so that we could take it from here as the resolution of this meeting. You can't come here and blame COVID and blame load shedding. What mitigation have you put in place as leaders for you to have progress? Number two, with the financial report, can maybe Treasurer, you give us a detailed report. This is how much money that went inside the account. This is how much money that went out. Present it to the women so that we could know where are we standing as women. So, because the impression or what you are displaying to us, I'm sorry to say this, but it's incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last question, please, at the end there. Can the microphone? Yes, there we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observe. Our minister amongst us, thank you very much. Mine is not so a lot of things to say because some other things, they break my heart. Because no.
Feel free, Mama, in your 2 minutes.
Yes. The leader at Rona Baba duty mole. Ba buile re utlwile. Ya no. Basadi rata go utlwisana botlhoko. Rata go utlwisana botlhoko thata. Northern Cape is a vast province with 5 districts. From Kimberley to Springbok, it's more than 1,000 kilometers. But now, our interim secretary, she says that there was no provincial conference held. I mean, all those districts, they traveled to Kimberley. We were all there to launch the province. And our minister, beautiful minister, was also there for the 28 and 29. So they want to say that we have wasted a lot of money because that was money used there. There was the bookings and the transport to transport all those people, all those ladies back to their destinations. You see, we are wearing this golf shirt today to show that, because it has been a long-standing argument from the department, from some of the department here. But I would like you, before we go out and go back to home, because we came very difficult, but okay, it's fine. That one, it has passed. We are here now. So,
thank you, Mama. Are you concluding?
I'm about to conclude.
Thank you, Ma.
I didn't, no, I think the 5 minutes is not yet there.
It's 2 minutes, Mama, and it's over. I'm giving you grace.
Hey, so, please, I would like you to correct this thing now. That Northern Cape was never launched. It was launched. And this 5 districts, ladies, how do we take our leadership now? Did they lie to us that we were launching, or what was happening? Please, ladies, correct that thing now.
Thank you, Mama. This is what's going to happen moving forward. All the questions that we're speaking to the Constitution of SANWIT will be deliberated on in our last and final session of the day when we come and speak about the review of the SANWIT Constitution. You were the last. Sorry, Ma'am. Sorry, Ma'am. I apologize profusely.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Our Honorable Minister, Comrade Cindy Chikunga.
Can you bring the mic closer, Mama? They can't hear you this side.
Okay, our Honorable Minister, Miss Cindy Chikunga, MECs present, everyone that is here, allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Nobahle Maqabi from the Eastern Cape Province. I've got things that I just want to base on an interim structure, the presentation that they made. The presentation that they made, we were expecting to say the 100 rands that we contributed. I was the member from 2006 when the minister was the deputy minister under Comrade Dipuo Peters. So that 100 rand we've been contributing from the provinces. The report that we were expecting, it was the report that was saying on the 100 rands, when we took over as an interim, we had this amount in the bank, and then we do this and this and this, and then the money is this balance by today. That is the report that we were expecting. Also, on the report that we're expecting is that because they mentioned that there were provinces that were inactive, including my province. Now, on the provinces, I think we are the victims as women in the provinces. Maybe I can say on political side, Minister, because sometimes when the MECs get in, they don't want the project that was started by another MEC. So I want the minister to help us so that in the near future, we don't experience that, because we were the victim in the Eastern Cape because of that. Because to my understanding is that if you go to a conference, it ends there. When you come in and implement, then you are an official and you've got a mandate to do. Other thing, I'm saying this now quickly because the program director now is disturbing me. In inactive provinces, we had a problem that there are soldiers that the way they've been coming here, may their soul rest in peace. Okay, they talk about the debit order. So on the debit order, I thought they're gonna say that was the debit order that was deducted, because I never understand. Maybe I need a clarity on this. What was the debit order for? Also, to the minister, because the minister gave us an address here, so we'll have to go to that. Maybe, Minister, if we can, as SANWIT, maybe if we can get the training on the provinces, we will be very glad. Because that is a very problem and it's a challenge to us that we don't get that training.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Eastern Cape.
And also, MEC, you mentioned the project. I'm from the province where there are mega projects. But the challenge, Minister, if you can go to our provinces, as women, we've got a problem of forums that are made by men. So now if you go to the project, they will say they are there as men and they are the forums of these projects. So we are having a problem in that.
Thank
and
you,
also
Chair.
Women have got quarries, but the Department of Transport himself, they do have the roads to build. But them, as they know that we are SANWIT, we are women under them. So they must consider us because they do the roads, but they only award men, not us.
Thank
Please.
you, Chair. The last, but Mama was the Eastern Cape. This is your last point.
Oh, okay.
Please, I beg.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the minister for her to give us the chance to come here and restart. And I also thank my MEC, Honorable
Mama.
Comrade Ngata. Why? Because he made us to come here and to kickstart this SANWIT, and we like this SANWIT. Please,
Thank you
so
very much. The last input, please. Yes. Thanks, Mama.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bridget Opveld. I'm from Mitchells Plain, Western Cape. I firstly want to thank Minister for taking us, Western Cape, by the hand. And then I also want to thank the interim chairperson. I know I've been a SANWIT member since 2006 in the maritime sector. We had a lot of challenges. Cape Town's got a lot of challenges. Western Cape got a lot of challenges. So for me, the interim chairs, I'm also going to crit. Because we're not critting here today. It's not going to be... Ek gaan nie die waarheid visie. Van die waarheid moet gepraat word. In Afrikaans. You can talk here again, ne? So die waarheid is so. Die interim leiders het hulle best probeer. Maar hoe het ons agter hulle rigte gestaan? Hoe het ons agter hulle rigte gestaan om te wys, ons sien dat hulle probeer om ons te help. Het hulle mense in die rug gedruk? Of het hulle gesê, come let me help you and push you forward, because we see you are trying. We are trying. We went through abuse, misuse, and also been bad treated as women in South Africa. Not only in the transport sector, in every sector that you walk around. Right? So for us being leaders today, we must make sure, if we talk the truth. So yes, Minister came into Cape Town and she said she wanted to open all the chapters. She gave us the special attention. And she go into every province, she gave us a special attention. She spoke there in the podium. We weren't supposed to speak about history. But today history came from the leadership again. And it was also wrong, bringing history back. You were supposed to just give your little thingy and then say, on your way forward, moving SANWIT forward, not yourselves. Sorry for...
Thank you very much.
I got to speak my mind.
Thank you very much. That's a great summation that we're not here to discuss history, where we come from, but the way forward. We had said we are taking a leap of faith, we are moving forward. Two things. We are not going to entertain the questions about the Constitution, because at the third and final session for today, we'll be dealing with the constitutional review. We are not going to interact with the questions on the structure and the model and the modus operandi of SANWIT, because at the third session today, we'll be dealing with exactly that, the proposed structure going forward. So what I heard today, you want a financial report. What I heard today, you want to understand the Northern Cape issue, and everyone else was talking about the fact that we need to hold hands. I'm going to give to the interim structure 2 minutes each, because there aren't that many questions, but it's your anger, your frustration, your support, and your love and loyalty to this organization.
Just on the comments that has been raised, like I said earlier, I'm not here to complain, but we need to address that which has not allowed us as an interim committee to move forward. And I know that we are getting a lot of support from the minister, but the harsh reality is that since 2019, when we were elected into the interim positions, we have not had as little as an office to work from. But we kept the ship afloat. When we got the organization, when it was handed over to us, we were at the threat of having our organization disbanded. So we did everything in our power. And if what we did was not enough, then I would suggest whoever feels that they have the competency to take this organization to the level I want the organization to move forward. We all want the organization to move forward. So we would like to give youth. We would like to give youth the opportunity. We would like to give people that feel that they have the passion and the competency to move the organization forward. We would like that to happen. So I don't feel superior to any one of you here, and I'm sure neither of the other three interim executive committee members feels that way. We stood in the gap when the organization needed to be kept afloat. So what I'm saying is, we appreciate everybody that's a member of this organization. And we appreciate you for having taken the time to come out and experience this report session. And for the women out there that is making it and are being successful as a result of their involvement in SANWIT, I want to salute you. I know how difficult it is out there. Yes. And I want you to go and tell those success stories. And not lie about the fact that you have been part of a women's empowerment network. You have, doors has opened for you and has elevated you to the level where you are today. I thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is very short. That was directed to me from Northern Cape. I'm going to be frank and open with that. Northern Cape, I heard you, Mama, when you said, I alluded today that only 3 provinces were launched. And Northern Cape, you said you launched in 2021. Why am I recognizing the 3 provinces is because the launch that was held in Northern Cape, it was not an accurate one because of the report that we got. And the National Council did not even endorse Northern Cape based on the following reasons. The minister by then said, let the National Council go and decide whether they endorse the Northern Cape launch or not. Why am I saying that? The inconsistency of launching of provinces, as I alluded on my report. What happened in Northern Cape, it's truly unacceptable, Minister. To an extent that IEC was not involved. Our own interim chairperson, she is the one who recommended a private company to come and hold the Northern Cape launch. And secondly, members who only affiliated on that particular day, on the day of the launch, whereby they came with their deposit slips on the day of the launch. And we should say, as a National Council, say, that launch was proper. It was not proper. I mean, we must own up to our mistakes. We can't be misleading our women. I thank you for that.
There's one salient question left. Do we have an audited financial statement for us to delve into? It's a yes, no question, because if we don't have one, it will be dangerous for us to even attempt to get into the questions that have been asked today. And I hope I'm in order, women, because that is how we run AGMs. So it's a yes, no question, upon which we will then follow up or not. Thank you. Do we, Treasurer, have an audited financial statement for SANWIT as things stand? Yebo noma cha, ma'am?
No, as Cassis, yes.
That was a resounding no. We then need to deal with those issues in the third session and the last session for today, how we as SANWIT will effectively manage the finances. That's what we need to deal with when we get to the third session. Thank you so much, women. I know we do not have enough time to ventilate all our issues, but as we have been saying from the beginning until now, we have ventilated our challenges. We've come here with grand knowledge. We know the problems of where we come from. We've taken responsibility as women in different sectors, Department of Transport, as the leadership that stands here. We have omitted in some cases to do what was right, and moving forward, we will endeavor to do exactly that. I thank you for your patience and for your time. We are now gonna go into lunch. Again, it's 2:15 on my watch. Can we please be here at 10 to 3? These are the venues for lunch. Before you stand, these are the venues for lunch, and we're having lunch.